Chapter 607. After leaving the hall, Wei Gengqiu thought about it again and again, but he still felt uneasy. He knew that Li Chongqing was very easygoing, but he absolutely could not provoke him. Once he was angered, he would be very terrifying. The old League Master of the Heavenly Tao Union had been in power for many years and had an arrogant personality. If Li Chongqing met the old League Master and the two of them had a conflict of words, it would be terrible. Thus, Wei Gengqiu changed his direction and walked directly to the courtyard where the old League Master was in seclusion. At this moment, Li Chongqing was led by the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Union and had already met the old League Master. Different from the current League Master, Ho-yi, this old League Master was wearing very ancient clothes and had a tall stature. After Li Chongqing entered, he sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard. When he saw Li Chongqing enter, he did not speak to Li Chongqing. Instead, he took off the wine gourd hanging on his waist and took a sip, as if he was savoring the mellow taste of the wine. After a while, he looked at Li Chongqing. "You are the guest elder of the North, the one who killed Zhuang Hua, Li Chongqing?" "That's right, it's me. May I know why the old League Master is looking for me?" Li Chongqing's voice was somewhat cold. He was very unhappy with the other party's attitude. "Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Don't forget, you are only the guest elder of the North, while I am the former League Master of the Heavenly Tao Union. You also said that you are the former League Master and not the current one, so you can't control me." Jiang Beitong suddenly raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed that since Li Chongqing was able to kill Zhuang Hua, he must be very arrogant. However, he did not expect that Li Chongqing would be at odds with him the moment he entered. "I heard that the Western Region's elder, Chu Liushang, was also killed by you. Chu Liushang is a member of my Heavenly Tao Union and can be considered your ally. Even if he did something wrong, you should have just taught him a lesson. Isn't killing him a little too much? I have been in seclusion for the past few days. Ho-yi has just taken over the position of alliance leader and is a little too merciful. If I were the one to deal with it, even if Crooked Shang was in the wrong first, you should go to the penal department to receive 300 flaming thunder whips and be grounded for 10 years as punishment. I've already said that you're no longer the alliance leader, so there's no point in saying all this. Besides, aren't you just trying to anger me by saying so much so that you'll attack me and show me who's boss?" The corners of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up, and a playful look appeared on his face. The expression on Jiang Beitong's face froze. He couldn't understand how this guy could see through his acting. Young people nowadays are really amazing. It seems that I have to carry out my plan of showing off my power. Otherwise, how can I suppress him? Thinking of this, Jiang Beitong stood up from his chair. His body exuded a powerful aura, and he rolled up his sleeves. "Kid, a country has its laws and a family has its rules. If you can take one of my punches, I'll forget about you killing Crooked Shang. If you can't, then obediently go to the penal department to receive 300 whip." Jiang Beitong took a step forward, and his entire body rose 3 feet in the air. He raised his fist and smashed it down at Li Chongqing. This punch seemed simple and straightforward, but the change in chi brought about by the fist fell into Li Chongqing's eyes. He knew that this was indeed an expert. The finger profound realm had already reached the peak. Even in this era where chi was scarce, Li Chongqing had seen countless finger profound realm experts. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, no one had been able to glimpse the legendary Earth Immortal Realm. From the finger profound realm to the Earth Immortal Realm, it was really a natural chasm. Who knew how many people had been stopped? No wonder Jiang Beitong was so confident and wanted to show off his power to Li Chongqing. In the era where Earth Immortals did not appear, the peak of the Finger Profound Realm was also the top martial force in the world. Although Li Chongqing had killed Kunlun's #1 prodigy, Zhuang Hua, and although Zhuang Hua was known to be on par with the peak of the Finger Profound Realm, he was not. When the punch landed, the wind and clouds changed color. The power of a finger-profound realm expert could be seen at a glance. Ho-E, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's higher-ups, and Wei Gengqiu, who had run over to watch the battle, quickened their steps at the same time. Ho-E and the rest were a little anxious, afraid that they would miss this peak battle. Wei Gengqiu was afraid that the old alliance master Li Chongqing would clash with Li Chongqing and be unable to settle the situation in the end. Both sides were quickly approaching, but they were still one step slower. In the courtyard, facing Jiang Beitong's fist, Li Chongqing's mouth revealed a bit of disdain. When this disdain landed in Jiang Beitong's eyes, he immediately felt angry. He was actually being looked down upon. At the same time, he was even more confused. He had clearly seen his powerful power. Where did the other party's confidence come from? Soon, he knew the answer. In the next moment, Li Chongqing suddenly raised his head. His white jade-like palm slowly clenched, and he threw a punch at Jiang Beitong's body. This punch seemed soft and without any strength, but the moment it was thrown, its speed was extremely fast. The punch was clearly thrown later, but it arrived first. In an instant, it was already close to Jiang Beitong's body. Jiang Beitong's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself, the person who can kill Zhuang Hua is indeed skilled. The speed of the fist also suddenly increased. It did not collide with Li Chongqing's body, but met Li Chongqing's fist. He wanted to shatter Li Chongqing's attack with a punch first. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two fists almost instantly collided. Jiang Beitong's majestic fist was instantly swung to the side. In the next moment, Li Chongqing's fist directly smashed into Jiang Beitong's body. Boom! The moment the fist came into contact with Jiang Beitong's body, a raging fist force suddenly erupted from the fist and blasted out with it. Then, Jiang Beitong's body directly flew backward with a look of disbelief on his face. He flew over the high courtyard wall and fell outside. Ho-E and the others, who were approaching the courtyard, couldn't wait to witness the grand battle. The old leader is very powerful. That Li Chongqing is probably beaten black and blue by now, right? One of the protectors gloated. That's not necessarily true. That Li Chongqing killed Zhuang Hua. I'm afraid the old leader will have to put in a lot of effort. However, the old leader will definitely win in the end. Another protector shook his head. At this moment, a loud roar sounded, and then a figure flew out from the courtyard wall in front of them. Ho-E and the others' voices came to an abrupt end, and they stopped at the same time. Are we one step too late? The winner has already been decided between the two of them, and that Li Chongqing was sent flying by the old leader's punch? But why do I feel that the figure flying out of the courtyard looks like the old leader? On the other side, Wei Gengqiu had just approached when the figure that flew out of the courtyard rolled at his feet. When he saw the figure's face clearly, Wei Gengqiu was stunned. His expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 608. The Alliance Master actually lost. When the Heavenly Tao Union's members saw that the person on the ground was Jiang Beitong, they were all completely dumbfounded. Old Alliance Master, are you all right? Wei Gengqiu looked at Jiang Beitong, who had blood in his mouth, and stuttered as he asked. At this time, Jiang Beitong clenched his teeth and got up from the ground. Of course I'm fine. I was just playing a game with Elder Li Chongqing. After saying that, he limped towards the courtyard. When he passed by Ho-E and the others, he fiercely glared at them. What are you doing here? Go do what you need to do. After being reprimanded by Jiang Beitong, Ho-E hurriedly led his subordinates back the way they came. Jiang Beitong was a person who cared about his reputation. Now that he had lost, if they stayed, it would make Jiang Beitong feel very embarrassed. After walking far away, a protector couldn't help but say, Alliance Master, could it really be that the old Alliance Master and Li Chongqing were playing a game and flew out by themselves? When his voice fell, The surrounding people looked at him as if he was an idiot. Who would believe that he flew out by himself and vomited blood? In the courtyard, Li Changxing looked at the limping old alliance master, Jiang Beitong, with a cold expression. Jiang Beitong no longer had the arrogance from before. He originally wanted to give Li Changxing a show of strength with one move. Who would have thought that Li Changxing would give him a show of strength? Young man, you are amazing. Even I can't help but admire you. Jiang Beitong was someone who had lived for more than 80 years, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. To be able to defeat me, Jiang Beitong, you are already the #1 person in the world. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changxing couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a disguised way of praising him for being the #1 person in the world? This guy really knows how to praise himself. Li Changxing's smile made Jiang Beitong lose face. He was about to get angry, but when he thought about the gap between him and Li Changxing, he obediently shut his mouth. I actually have something to tell you. The Kunlun sect wants you to apologize to them. Of course, I know that you won't accept it. However, I still hope that you can make a trip to the Kunlun sect to settle your grudge. After all, the Kunlun sect is the leader of the Dragon Gate. If the grudge is not resolved, I'm afraid that there will be endless trouble. Even my Heavenly Tao Alliance will not be able to live in peace. What do you mean by trouble? Li Changxing raised his eyebrows, feeling that this old alliance master was implying something. I heard that Elder Li's kung fu isn't something like the Great Oblivion. The reason why the meandering Chamber of Commerce died in your hands was because he touched your reverse scale and kidnapped your girlfriend to threaten you. Is that true? Not bad. Li Changxing nodded. If meandering Chamber of Commerce hadn't kidnapped Yu Yue to threaten Li Changxing might not have killed him. Since meandering Chamber of Commerce can find your weakness, the Kunlun sect can naturally find it as well. Zhuang Hua is a martial arts genius of the Kunlun sect. His death is enough to make the old sect master of the Kunlun sect go crazy. You mean that the Kunlun sect might make a move on my family and friends? Li Changxing's eyes revealed a bit of sharpness. Young man, don't stare at me. What's the use of staring at me? Anyway, this old man is no match for you. You can't kill me, right? That's true. Li Changxing smiled. However, after hearing what you said, I really have to make a trip to the Kunlun sect. However, once I go to Kunlun, won't I fall into your trap? When two tigers fight, one will be injured. You can just sit back and reap the benefits. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Jiang Beitong smiled. This is called the older ginger, the spicier it is. Do you have a choice? This is called old but not dead is a thief. After saying this, Li Changxing got up and walked out of the yard. The matter of the Kunlun sect had to be solved eventually. Even if Jiang Beitong didn't remind him, Li Changxing still needed to go to the Kunlun sect. He was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about him. He couldn't feel at ease if he didn't solve the matter of the Kunlun sect. Li Changxing decided to go to the Kunlun sect. After telling Wei Gengqiu about this matter, Wei Gengqiu was quite worried. The Kunlun sect was known as the head of the Dragon Gate in the world. It was the place where the ancestral dragon vein was located. It was the Taoist field of the heavenly Lord Yuanshi, one of the three pristines in the legends. There were too many mysteries. It had been the leader of the cultivation world since ancient times. Although Li Changxing was powerful, Wei Gengqiu didn't think highly of Li Changxing when he went to the Kunlun sect's territory. However, Li Changxing had already decided that things wouldn't change easily. He just told Wei Gengqiu to let him know and ask him to protect his girlfriend after returning to Qin City. Zhou Hong naturally wanted to follow Li Changxing. He had made up his mind to become Li Changxing's disciple and learn Taoist techniques from Li Changxing. In particular, Li Changxing had defeated the old leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This made Zhou Hong even more determined. The old leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was a famous existence in the cultivation world of the Northern Lands. Even Zhou Hong used to idolize the old leader. Since Li Chongqing insisted, Wei Gengqiu naturally couldn't stop him. He just talked about some of the secret history of the Kunlun sect, hoping to help Li Chongqing. When they left the headquarters, Hui led a group of protectors to see them off. However, everyone had a somewhat interesting expression on their faces. Before this, they all thought that Li Chongqing would appear and punish Li Chongqing severely. However, in the end, Li Chongqing had shocked them. Unexpectedly, when Li Chongqing walked to the entrance of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's headquarters, the old leader, Jiang Beitong, appeared and handed a map of the Kunlun sect to Li Chongqing. This map was not an ordinary map. There were all kinds of arrays of the Kunlun sect marked on it. For Li Chongqing, who was going to break into the Kunlun sect, this map was especially precious. When Hui saw Jiang Beitong give the map away, he opened his mouth to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. With Li Chongqing's strength, there were very few people who could threaten him. The biggest threat to the Kunlun sect was the arrays of the Kunlun sect. Now that he had this map, Li Chongqing could know himself and his enemy. After Li Chongqing left with Zhou Hong, Hui couldn't help but ask, "Old leader, why did you give that map to Li Chongqing? Didn't you say that you wanted them to fight each other?" Although Li Chongqing is strong, the Kunlun sect has tens of thousands of years of inheritance and arrays. I'm afraid that when Li Chongqing arrives at the Kunlun sect, he won't even be able to find the door. When the time comes, the plan of two tigers fighting each other will naturally not be realized. I want him to know where the arrays of the Kunlun sect are and try to avoid them. Only then can he and the Kunlun sect suffer losses. The map only shows the approximate function and operation method of the arrays. With the wisdom of the generations of the Kunlun sect, even the most powerful array master in the world will not be able to break them. He can avoid some of the arrays and break in to fight with the Kunlun sect leader. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. This is the best result. I see. Hui heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the Kunlun sect was his sect. He was really afraid that Li Chongqing would start a massacre. Hearing the old leader's words, Hui felt relieved. Indeed, as long as the arrays of the Kunlun sect were not broken, even if Li Chongqing could break in with the map, once the arrays were activated, even if he could defeat the Kunlun sect leader and escape, he would most likely lose half his life. Chapter 609. Kunlun was known as the ancestor of all mountains, the birthplace of the ancestral dragon veins. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with a magnificent and majestic atmosphere. After Li Chongqing and Zhou Hong left Ji City, they took a train and headed straight to Kunlun mountain range. A few days later, they finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun mountain. The land was covered in white snow, and the sky was high and far away. It was a place that made one feel relaxed and relaxed. Kunlun sect was located in the depth of Kunlun mountain range. It was shrouded in formations all year round, and it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to find it. But Li Chongqing spread out his divine will, and very soon, he locked onto a direction. Together with Zhou Hong, they headed straight into the mountain range. 1 hour later, both men arrived at the foot of a huge mountain. As the number one genius of Kunlun sect, Zhuang Hua, was killed by Li Chongqing knew that once he entered Kunlun sect, he would be surrounded by dangers. But Li Chongqing was not worried at all. With his current overall strength, as long as he did not encounter any living earth immortals, even if all 99 formations of Kunlun sect were activated at the same time, they would not be able to hurt him. Besides, he had the map given to him by Jiang Beitong, which clearly marked the locations of all the formations of Kunlun sect. Perhaps for other masters of formations, even if they had the map, they could at most evade the detection of some of the formations. But in Li Chongqing's hands, it was a completely different story. Along the way, Li Changxing had already deduced most of the formations of Kunlun sect based on the markings on the map. In Li Changxing's eyes, the biggest reliance of Kunlun sect was no longer a threat. The reason Jiang Beitong gave me this map was so that I could sneak into Kunlun sect and have a fight with Kunlun sect leader. But I don't have to do that. With that thought in mind, Li Changxing took a step forward and shouted to the front, Li Changxing, the elder of the North of Heavenly Tao Alliance, is here to pay a visit to Kunlun sect. His voice echoed out like a sudden clap of thunder, echoing through the mountains and wilderness. The fog in the mountain range in front of them tumbled, and countless birds were startled. Their cries reverberated in the mountain range continuously, and even covered the whistling of the wind. Li Changxing's shout was very skillful. He used a powerful sound wave to transmit it, which could directly penetrate the formation of the Kunlun sect and let the people inside hear it. Sure enough, not long after Li Changxing shouted, figures flew out of the turbulent fog one after another in the Kunlun sect, as if countless birds had been awakened from their sleep. An elder took the lead and descended from the sky. Behind him were several other elders, including the 7 sons of Kunlun. There were a total of 12 people, and all of them were at the Finger Profound realm. Other than that, there were more than 20 Kunlun disciples. After they landed, they were all ready for battle. You are Li Changxing? Are you the one who killed Zhuang Hua? The old man in the lead snorted coldly and looked at Li Changxing with an icy gaze. You are the Kunlun sect master? Li Changxing furrowed his brows. Although this old man was also at the Finger Profound realm, he gave him a very ordinary feeling. If the Kunlun sect master was only at this level, it would really make him a little disappointed. I am Kunlun's first elder, Sun Zhongyi. The Taoist Mingxin you killed is my disciple. Sun Zhongyi said coldly. Our sect master is not in the sect today. Li Changxing, you are really bold. You killed 2 of our Kunlun disciples and dare to come to the Kunlun sect to behave atrociously. You are simply courting death. First Elder, we must avenge our first senior brother and kill this thief. Yes, you are going too far. If we don't kill him, where is the dignity of our Kunlun sect? The elders and disciples behind him were filled with righteous indignation. They looked at Li Changxing with eyes full of hatred. Quickly find a way to inform your sect master to come back. You are not qualified to fight with me. Li Changxing's words made the people of the Kunlun sect so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Arrogant! I want to see what ability you have to dare to say such arrogant words. First Elder Sun Zhongyi, the 7 heroes of Kunlun, and the remaining 4 Finger Profound Realm elders rushed towards Li Changxing almost at the same time. They actually didn't plan to fight Li Changxing alone from the beginning. 12 Finger Profound Realm experts, this was definitely a huge lineup. It was enough to sweep away any sect in the current cultivation world. Only Kunlun could do such a thing. However, Li Changxing was not afraid at all. He only threw a punch forward. The boundless fist force was like a surging wave. The raging waves beat the shore, and the sun and moon lost their light. This punch actually blocked Sun Zhongyi, the 7 heroes of Kunlun, and the 4 elders behind him. The strength of the 12 people was actually unable to advance even an inch. In the next second, Li Changxing threw 9 punches forward in a row. The fist force of each punch was the superposition of the fist force behind it. When the 9th punch was thrown, the defense formed by the 12 Kunlun experts was instantly broken. One by one, they flew backward and fell down like dumplings. He fought against 12 Finger Profound Realm experts by himself, and won easily. At this moment, everyone from Kunlun sect was stunned. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Before, when they heard that Zhuang Hua died in the hands of a young man, many people couldn't believe it. Until they saw Li Changxing's power at this moment, they had no choice but to admit that Li Changxing's strength was really too powerful. This person is too powerful, Activate the formation and kill the enemy. Sun Zhongyi shouted loudly. The 12-finger profound realm warriors waved their hands in unison. One after another, rays of light shot out in all directions. A towering mountain appeared behind them. The instant the mountain appeared, rays of light pillars rose from the boundless fog, connecting the heavens and the earth. Above each light pillar, brilliance gathered in the sky. In the end, it condensed into a 3,000-meter-long giant sword. The moment the giant sword was formed, even the sky seemed to be trembling. This was the biggest attack formed by the 99 formations of Kunlun sect. The name of the sword was Origin. Its power was boundless, and it was also Kunlun sect's biggest trump card. Li Chongqing raised his head and looked at the brilliant giant sword formed in the sky. His eyes also revealed a raging battle intent. Kunlun sect's formations, I would like to experience it. He slowly raised his fist. The aura on his body circulated. A giant phantom of a demon god appeared behind him, roaring angrily. At this moment, the giant sword was also completely condensed. It slowly pressed down from the sky. Its speed was not fast, it could even be said to be very slow. However, endless power poured down, completely sealing the space around Li Chongqing. It was like an ant facing a collapsing mountain. The mountain's collapsing speed was obviously not fast, but even if the ant fled at its fastest speed, it still couldn't escape in the end. Sword Chi Universe. Under one sword, the world was like an ant. There was nothing it couldn't cut. What a powerful sword, come at me! Li Chongqing suddenly punched out, facing that giant sword. He didn't have the slightest intention to dodge. You want to dominate the universe, then I will break this world and see who is the master of the world. Chapter 610. His punch was like a surging river. The huge sword that was descending from the sky paused for a moment. The fist force also dissipated into the distance. Great Elder Sun Zhongyi and the others, who were still worried, heaved a sigh of relief. They sneered and thought, so what if you are strong? Under the formation of our Kunlun sect, you will still die. However, Li Chongqing's face did not change. Under the roar of the god and demon behind him, he punched out again. It happened to be connected with the power of the previous punch. The giant sword that was about to continue to press down stopped in place. Just like Li Chongqing's punches that forced Sun Zhongyi and the others back, the punches overlapped like a huge wave. After 9 punches in a row, the giant sword that was about to press down began to rise. Many people's expressions had changed. The few people next to him looked at Sun Zhongyi. Great Elder, he won't knock the giant sword back just like that, right? Hearing this, Sun Zhongyi shook his head and said, That's impossible. His punches are stacked one after another. Although the power at the beginning seems powerful, the price he has to pay is not small. Just now, he used a total of 9 punches to push us back. I think this is already close to his limit. At most, he can throw out 2 or 3 more punches. When his punches stop, with the activation of the formation, the giant sword will split him in half. As soon as Sun Zhongyi finished speaking, Li Chongqing threw out 3 more punches. The power of each punch was more terrifying than the previous one. Half of the giant sword had already been knocked back. Boom! The 13th punch, the 14th punch, the 15th punch. When the 16th punch landed, the entire world rumbled. The ground cracked, the mountains shook, and the world turned upside down. The giant sword shattered under Li Chongqing's fist force. The entire Kunlun sect was suddenly shaken. The expressions of Sun Zhongyi and the others were extremely ugly. One had to know that this giant sword was formed by the power of countless formations of Kunlun. It borrowed the power of the mountains and earth veins of the entire Kunlun sect. It was actually shattered by someone barbarically. After shattering the giant sword, Li Chongqing did not stop. He still punched out. This time, the fist force directly hit the mountain range of the Kunlun sect. Boom! Boom boom! Every punch caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. Cracks appeared under his feet, and the weather in the sky changed color. He threw out 20 punches in a row. Rumble! Countless rocks rolled down from Mount Kunlun, and the rolling fog was swept away by the raging fist force. The colorful array kept swaying and finally began to collapse. The pavilions on Mount Kunlun also began to collapse. It was like a magnitude 13 earthquake. It was earth-shattering, and it made people feel fear. At this moment, Sun Zhongyi and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their faces were pale. Only now did they understand how terrifying Li Chongqing's strength was. "Where is your sect leader? Find a way to inform him. Tell him that if he doesn't come back, I will tear down the Kunlun sect." Li Chongqing's voice was so domineering that everyone present was stunned by him. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Li Chongqing was too terrifying. That punch just now had also beaten the courage out of everyone present. More than half of the 99 arrays of the Kunlun sect had been broken. Many of the jade palaces that had been built for generations had also collapsed. If Li Chongqing continued to fight, he could really raze the Kunlun sect to the ground. Although the Kunlun sect had 12-finger profound realm experts now, could they block Li Chongqing's punch? For the first time, everyone in the Kunlun sect felt helpless. Since Li Chongqing dared to come to the Kunlun sect, he was prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality. What he did just now was to intimidate these people and leave them with an indelible impression, so that these people would not cause any trouble in the future and hurt their relatives and friends. With what happened today, as long as they had the thought of taking action in the future, they would think of today's situation and would not dare to act rashly. People often feared power and not virtue. If he wanted to beat them, he would beat them until they did not dare to fight back. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Li Chongqing's gaze swept across everyone present coldly. With the power he had left in their hearts, no one dared to look directly into his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Sun Zhongyi took a step forward and stood out. Now, his status was the highest. "Our sect leader is not near the Kunlun sect. He won't be back in a short time." Then where did he go? Li Chongqing had dealt with this group of people. Naturally, he had to deal with the Kunlun sect leader. Only then could he maintain long-term peace. Therefore, he must meet the Kunlun sect leader on this trip. "Our sect leader went to Mount Jihua to meet a few old friends. We don't know when he will be back." "A few old friends," Li Chongqing sneered. The Kunlun sect leader came out of seclusion because of the death of his disciple Zhuanghua. Now that he went to meet a few friends, he was probably going to contact someone to deal with him. "Since he won't be back in a short time, I will go and meet him personally." Li Chongqing directly turned around and headed to Mount Jihua with Zhou Hong. After Li Chongqing left, the people of the Kunlun sect heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge mountain had been lifted from their hearts. At the same time, everyone's expression was a little complicated. As disciples of the Kunlun sect, they were usually high and mighty. They felt that no one in the world could be on par with the disciples of the Kunlun sect. At this moment, Li Chongqing had taught them a lesson. "First Elder, Li Chongqing is so powerful that even our Kunlun sect, which has thousands of years of heritage, can't stop him. He went to meet the old sect leader. What if the old sect leader can't defeat him?" An elder said worriedly. "It's not a if, it's a certainty." Sun Zhongyi sighed. Although the sect leader is powerful, he is definitely not a match for Li Chongqing. But we don't have to worry too much. The sect leader went to Mount Jihua this time to contact a few old friends to deal with Li Chongqing together. The headmaster's friends are all top-notch experts of the present age. With them working together, even if Li Chongqing goes, he might not be able to get away with it. What's more, I heard that the sect leader of the Hong sect wants to avenge Dragon Lord Situ Qinglong. He is now at Mount Jihua. It is said that the sect leader of the Hong sect had reached the finger-profound realm 60 years ago. Now his strength has reached the peak. He alone is enough to compete with Li Chongqing. Hearing Sun Zhongyi's words, the hearts of everyone present finally relaxed. Although there are so many experts, this Li Chongqing's background is mysterious. He might have helpers. Therefore, I will bring the 7 sons of Kunlun and set off for Mount Jihua. When the time comes, I will lend the sect master a hand. For elders, you will be responsible for overseeing the Kunlun sect. This time, you must ensure that Li Chongqing will not be able to leave Mount Jihua. Don't worry, First Elder. We will protect the Kunlun sect. The 4 elders promised one after another. Sun Zhongyi also nodded. He didn't go back to the sect to pack up. Instead, he took the 7 sons and rushed to Mount Jihua through another route. Chapter 6:11. It took Li Chongqing half a day to arrive at Mount Jihua. Unlike the majestic Kunlun sect, Mount Jihua gave off a more ethereal feeling. They walked up the mountain path step by step. When they were about to reach the mountainside, they were stopped by someone. I'm sorry, this place is not open to the public. Please go to another area to enjoy the scenery. It was a disciple of Mount Jihua. He stopped Li Chongqing and Zhou Hong, treating Li Chongqing and Zhou Hong as if they were tourists going up the mountain. Unlike the Kunlun sect, Mount Jihua was not considered a sect. It was just that 30 years ago, a sword cultivator named Lang Yuanbai occupied this place. He took in a few disciples and called himself the Mountain Lord of Mount Jihua. Because his swordsmanship was very high, everyone tacitly agreed and put Mount Jihua under his name. No one came to challenge and seize the territory. After Lang Yuanbai occupied Mount Jihua, he built a building on the mountain and took in a few disciples. The sword cultivator's lethality was very strong. In addition to his own strength, he did not even set up a concealment array. Therefore, even ordinary people could walk up the mountain. We're not here to have fun. We're looking for your mountain lord. Li Chongqing shook his head and said to the disciple, I'm sorry, our mountain lord is entertaining important guests, so he won't see you. My master wants to see your mountain lord because he's giving him face. Hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, my master will flatten Mount Jihua with a punch. After seeing Li Chongqing shake the Kunlun sect's array, Zhou Hong held his head high all the way. He felt that his disciple was also shining. At this moment, he could not help but stand up. Zhou Hong was now close to the peak of the innate realm. He was also an expert. Especially with the 2 sabers on his back, he looked very imposing. Unexpectedly, the disciple's face was full of disdain. Where did this wild cultivator come from? How dare you come to my Mount Jihua and behave atrociously? Get down the mountain now, and I won't argue with you. Otherwise, if you annoy me, both of you will have to bear the consequences. The disciple was also very arrogant. Zhou Hong saw Li Chongqing's great power that day and was full of pride. Now that he was looked down on by the other party, he immediately could not help but draw the long saber in his hand. Seeing Zhou Hong pull out his long saber, the disciple stretched out his finger and shouted, Sword! A streak of white and red flew down from the top of the mountain. It was a sparkling and translucent longsword. With the sound of the wind, it pierced towards Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong swung his saber to meet the attack, but the longsword collided with his saber. In the next second, Zhou Hong's body flew out and landed on the stone step. He flipped a few times before coming to a stop. He was in a sorry state. This disciple's strength was obviously not as strong as Zhou Hong's, but he was able to send Zhou Hong flying with one move, which surprised Li Chongqing a little. After taking a closer look, he immediately understood that this disciple was relying on the power of the flying sword. Li Chongqing was sure that this flying sword definitely did not belong to this disciple, but he could borrow it for his own use. The reason why he was able to send Zhou Hong flying was because of the strength of his sword. You too, Scram. That disciple had already gained the upper hand, and his face was instantly filled with arrogance. The sword light turned a corner and turned into an afterimage as it shot towards Li Chongqing's chest. Li Chongqing sneered. Not to mention that the flying sword did not belong to this disciple. Even if the owner of the flying sword appeared, Li Chongqing would not take it seriously. In the face of the falling flying sword, Li Chongqing only stretched out his finger and gently flicked it. Clang! The crisp sound was very pleasing to the ear. However, that disciple's eyes revealed a look of horror. That was because the extremely sharp longsword had a crack in the middle, and then it directly turned into a pile of debris and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, that disciple was completely dumbfounded and was at a loss for what to do for a moment. "How dare you destroy my master's longsword? I'll fight you to the death!" That disciple reacted. His eyes turned red, and he rushed towards Li Chongqing without any sense of reason. At the same time, a longsword appeared in his hand, and with a flash of sword light, stabbed towards Li Chongqing. However, this longsword was very different from the previous one. Li Chongqing did not even look at it. He just casually struck out with his palm, and that disciple directly vomited blood and flew out. Originally, Li Chongqing was too lazy to bother with such a weak disciple. However, the other party had just beaten Zhou Hong to the ground. Li Chongqing was Zhou Hong's master, and naturally, he had to make the decision for his disciple. There was an angry voice in the sky. "Where did this reckless thing come from? How dare you make a move on my Mount Jihua?" In the sky, a figure quickly appeared and rushed towards Li Chongqing's direction. There were several figures following behind him. After that figure landed, he first went over to help his disciple up and checked his injuries. After confirming that his disciple's foundation was not damaged, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked up at Li Chongqing, but his eyes were full of coldness. "You came to my Mount Jihua to behave atrociously. Do you think that I, Sword Celestial Lang Yuanbai, am just a decoration?" When the other party had just appeared, Li Chongqing had already guessed the other party's identity. When he rushed over, there was a sharp intent on his body. It was obvious that he was a sword cultivator. And on this Mount Jihua, there was only one sword cultivator at the profound finger realm, Lang Yuanbai. However, when he heard the other party's words, Li Chongqing chuckled. "Sword cultivator, you're worthy. As for the two words Sword Celestial, with your little skills, you're not worthy," Li Chongqing said contemptuously. Lang Yuanbai immediately flew into a rage. The thing that he had always been proud of was actually looked down upon by others. It was simply unbearable. At this time, a few other figures also flew over. There was a total of 5 people, and one of them was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. He said, "Brother Lang, don't be impulsive. If I'm not wrong, he should be the Heavenly Tao Union's guest elder in the north, Li Chongqing." After speaking, the other party took a step forward and stared at Li Chongqing. He said coldly, "I am the Kunlun sect master, Taoist floating dust. My disciple was a genius, but he died in your hands. Young man, I was just about to find you for revenge, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. It seems like you're really an old man who has eaten arsenic and is tired of living." Taoist floating dust held a long sword in his hand and had a dark green thumb ring on his thumb. It should be the Kunlun sect master's keepsake. The aura on his body was obscure, like a deep pool of water that one couldn't see the bottom of. As expected of the Kunlun sect master, he indeed had some skills. "So it's the guest elder in the north. No wonder you're so arrogant and come to my Mount Jihua to behave atrociously." Lang Yuanbai's eyes revealed a bit of battle intent. He was very dissatisfied with Li Chongqing and was eager to give it a try. He opened his mouth and spat out a flying sword. That flying sword was lingering with cold air. It was only the size of a finger, but once it appeared, the temperature of the entire place dropped. Such a heavy killing aura! Lang Yuanbai's swordsmanship was looked down upon by Li Chongqing. At this moment, he released the life-origin flying sword that was being nurtured in his dantian and had the intention to show off. Chapter 6:12. The few of you gathered here to discuss how to deal with me, right? I have no grudges with you, so why do you have to get involved? Li Chongqing sighed. Cultivators need to be chivalrous. We have been good friends with Taoist Floating Dust for many years. His disciple was killed by you, so we naturally can't just stand by and watch. An old man who was also wearing a Taoist robe said righteously. May I know who you are? Li Chongqing wanted to see who these people were. I am Song Jingheng, the supreme elder of the Wu-Tang sect. Song Zhen, the sect master of the Wu-Tang sect. I have met him before, and the Wu-Tang sect is also a member of the Sword Alliance. Do you really want to go against me? Li Chongqing said. Song Zhen is my nephew, but so what if you know Song Zhen? Do you want to use this relationship to stop me from taking action? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Hearing Song Jingheng's words, Li Chongqing couldn't help but shake his head. I just saw that it wasn't easy for you to live to such an old age, so I don't want you to fall. You don't know what's good for you and insist on courting death. That's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. How dare you call me a dog? Song Jingheng was furious. As the Supreme Elder, he had a revered status in the Wu-Tang sect and was famous in the entire cultivation world. He couldn't tolerate the slightest disobedience. May I know who you are? Li Chongqing looked at another man wearing a long robe. He didn't look like a modern attire, but more like an ancient scholar. The other party didn't look young, but his face was very handsome. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. I am Feng Yuze, known as the Sword Master of Calligraphy. The man had a somewhat elegant demeanor. Li Chongqing shook his head again. Tell me, why don't you enjoy your life and insist on getting involved in this flood? Why do you want to seek your own death? Hee. Feng Yuze held a fan in his hand, opened it, and gently waved it. Young man, I don't know where your confidence comes from. You dare to look down on the heroes of the world just because you killed Zhuang Hua? Later, I would like to exchange a few moves with you alone and see what you are capable of. Li Chongqing looked at the last person. He was also an old man in a tang suit. He was powerful and dignified. Li Chongqing valued him the most. Li Chongqing, I have my reasons. The Dragon Lord of the Hong sect, Situ Qinglong, was killed by you. As the leader of the Hong sect, if I don't seek justice for him, I will become a laughingstock. What a pity! From today onwards, the Hong sect will have a new leader. Li Chongqing shook his head. What he meant was that Fu Gaowu would die here. Fu Gaowu let out a hearty laugh when he heard Chen Fan's words. Young man, you're crazy enough. I like it. Unfortunately, you and I are enemies. Otherwise, I would really drink 300 cups of wine with you. All right, now that I know your names, let's do it together. As soon as Li Chongqing's words fell, the faces of these people suddenly showed a hint of anger. Although they were gathered here at the invitation of Taoist Floating Dust to deal with Li Chongqing, in their opinion, they were already shameless enough to fight Li Chongqing. After all, they were all famous masters for many years. Now that Li Chongqing asked them to do it together, it was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes. There is no need for everyone to deal with you. I alone am enough. The sword immortal of Mount Jiuhua, Lang Yuanbai's natal flying sword, pierced through the air and shot towards Li Chongqing's forehead. The sword immortal's method was to attack without hesitation. Although Lang Yuanbai said that he didn't care about Li Chongqing, but since Li Chongqing was able to kill Zhuang Hua, he used his full strength. The natal flying sword was so fast that it almost reached Li Chongqing's forehead in the blink of an eye. Before it pierced his forehead, Li Chongqing felt a faint pain on his skin. This swordsmanship is not bad, Li Chongqing said loudly, but there wasn't any panic on his face. He leaned back and with his feet as an axis, He gently rotated to the right. The flying sword flew past the tip of his nose. Lang Yuanbai wasn't surprised to see his move miss. If Li Changxing couldn't even dodge one of his moves, he wouldn't be worthy of having so many of them gather together to discuss how to deal with him. Lang Yuanbai's face revealed a sneer. The flying sword made a turn and flew back, stabbing at Li Changxing's back. This time, Li Changxing leaned forward and dodged the flying sword again. Under Lang Yuanbai's command, the flying sword seemed to have a spirit as it constantly stabbed at Li Changxing from all directions. Li Changxing's body was constantly spinning, dodging, and dancing. It was dazzling to the eyes like a talent show. Young man, you really think I'm playing with you? Lang Yuanbai stomped on the ground. The place where the flying sword had just swept past was densely packed with sword qi, forming a large net and cutting towards Li Changxing. This was a unique move created by Lang Yuanbai, called Inescapable Net. First, the flying sword's attack was used to confuse the enemy. The power of the flying sword was stored in the trajectory of its flight through a secret method, and suddenly burst out. It was equivalent to the power of hundreds of swords gathered together. This was a fatal move. Boom! Li Changxing's eyes showed some contemplation. He had already discovered the sword qi left in the air by the flying sword, but Lang Yuanbai had not really used the killing move, so he couldn't see through the mystery. At this moment, he instantly understood a lot. Even Li Changxing praised the ingenuity of this move in his heart. However, although the sword net formed by the densely packed sword qi was powerful, Li Changxing didn't take it seriously. Open for me. Li Changxing didn't dodge the falling sword net. Instead, he faced it head-on, stomped on the ground, and smashed his fist at the sword net. Boom! This punch was purely physical strength, but it seemed to carry an earth-shaking deterrence as it directly hit the middle of the sword net. The fist collided with the sword net, and it instantly tore a hole in the sword net. What a terrifying physical strength! How is it possible? Lang Yuanbai's face changed wildly, and he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, the moment the sword net was torn open, Li Changxing's body turned into an afterimage and rushed out, shooting towards Lang Yuanbai to fight him in close combat. Although the attack power of a sword immortal was unparalleled, the powerful part was the flying sword in his hand. At this moment, under Lang Yuanbai's control, the flying sword chased after Li Changxing's back, but its speed couldn't keep up with Li Changxing's movement speed. Once Li Changxing got close to him, Lang Yuanbai didn't dare to imagine what would happen. The situation changed in an instant. Li Changxing had already rushed in front of him, and the wind from his fist hit him in the face. Lang Yuanbai turned pale with fright. His feet stomped on the ground, and his body quickly retreated, trying to avoid Li Changxing's fist. But he found that Li Changxing was like a shadow, and his fist had already reached his chest. It's over. Lang Yuanbai was frightened. At the critical moment, his body hurriedly shifted a little, so Li Changxing's fist didn't hit his chest, and only hit his right shoulder. Bang! With a dull sound, Lang Yuanbai flew out like a kite with a broken string. Before he landed, his entire left arm and half of his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. When he landed, his face was pale and half of his body was gone. Everyone in the field sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the flying sword arrived at Li Changxing's side. Li Changxing just gently turned around and dodged the attack of the flying sword. The flying sword did not continue to attack Li Changxing. Instead, it flew back to Lang Yuanbai's side and hovered above his head. The tip of the sword was glaring at Li Changxing like a tiger eyeing its prey. Obviously, it was afraid that Li Changxing would pursue and attack. With Lang Yuanbai's current physical condition, if he took another punch from Li Changxing, he would probably die. Everyone in the field was shocked. The outcome of the battle between the two was decided so quickly that the others didn't even have time to rescue him. Chapter 6:13. The sect master of Kunlun, Taoist floating dust, hurriedly rushed over and stood in front of Lang Yuanbai to prevent Li Chongqing from pursuing him. Lang Yuanbai clenched his teeth. His body was badly mutilated. He stretched out his hand and poked a few times on his body, barely stopping the blood from flowing out. He then took out a pill and smeared it on the wound. Visible to the naked eye, new flesh and blood were regenerated. Flesh and bone. Even Taoist floating dust, Song Jinheng, and the others were surprised. A pill that could achieve such an effect was not an ordinary pill. But even with such a powerful pill, Lang Yuanbai's aura was still very unstable. With Li Chongqing's attack, he might not be able to recover to his peak state without more than 10 years. With just one attack, Li Chongqing broke through Lang Yuanbai's sword net. After rushing out, he heavily injured Lang Yuanbai with a punch. Several people looked at Li Chongqing with fear in their eyes. No wonder you dared to break into Mount Jiuhua alone. You really have some skill. Let this old man compete with you. Wudong Grand Elder Song Jinheng stood out. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had become one with the whole world. There was a steady stream of heaven and earth origin qi fusing into his body. The aura on his body continued to rise. This was a kind of breathing technique. Ordinary people knew that Wudong Mountain's secret technique was Taiji Fist. In fact, they didn't know that Wudong Mountain's true technique was true martial arts. Taiji Fist was only the entry technique of true martial arts. Song Jinheng was currently using the breathing technique of true martial arts. As the heaven and earth origin qi continued to gather, a strange image of a snake and turtle appeared behind him. It was the legendary black tortoise. Song Jinheng, I have some friendship with your nephew, Song Zhen. For your nephew's sake, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, don't blame me for killing you. Li Chongqing put his hands behind his back and said leisurely. Although Li Chongqing had lived for countless years and had seen countless cultivation techniques, the wisdom of man was limitless. In a battle, there would always be people who would think of many wondrous moves that could give Li Chongqing some insight. Just like Lang Yuanbai's sword net technique, it gave Li Chongqing a lot of inspiration. Arrogant. Hearing Li Chongqing say that he would let him make 3 moves, Song Jingheng's eyebrows shot up. He was the Grand Elder of Wudong sect, a man who could move unhindered in the world. Since when did he need others to give way to him? From his point of view, Li Chongqing was not being sentimental, but humiliating him. Boom! With 1 foot on the ground, Song Jingheng had already swung his palm towards Li Chongqing. Immediately, the air rumbled. The snake and tortoise opened their mouths at the same time, and the gray mist surged towards Li Chongqing along with Song Jingheng's palm. Song Jingheng had witnessed the fight between Li Chongqing and Lang Yuanbai, and did not dare to underestimate Li Chongqing in his heart. He went all out in this attack. He was determined to give Li Chongqing a show of strength in this battle. However, when he swung his palm, Li Chongqing's feet moved lightly, and his body spun like a top. The moment that powerful palm energy landed on his body, it was brought along by his body's rotation. In the end, it was directly dissolved in this strange way. Li Chongqing said that he would let Song Jingheng make 3 moves. Since he had already spoken, he naturally would not fight back. However, not fighting back did not mean that he would stand there and take the beating. Song Jingheng was also a profound realm expert. Even if Li Chongqing's physique was astonishing, if he was hit accurately, it would be inevitable that his flesh would be torn open. Although it could not injure Li Chongqing's foundation, there was no reason for him to be beaten by him. Again, Song Jingheng's hands danced, forming a perfect circle, forming a Tai Chi pattern. Then, he punched the center of the pattern. Suddenly, a black and a white light mixed together and rushed towards Li Chongqing. When Li Chongqing saw this attack, he stamped his foot on the ground, and his body soared into the air, rising more than 10 meters. The black and white attacks seemed to have a mind of their own. Seeing Li Chongqing dodge, They immediately soared into the sky and rolled towards Li Changxing. Like a ferocious python, they wanted to crush Li Changxing's bones. A little interesting. Li Changxing waited until the attacks were in front of him. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the two lights. It was as if he had grabbed the 7 inches of a snake. The lights twisted with all their strength, but they could not escape from his hands. Then, he suddenly opened his hands and stuffed the lights into his mouth. In an instant, the aura on his body circulated, as if something was about to rush out. A moment later, he completely lost his movement. However, Song Jingheng's expression was extremely unsightly below. His 2 lights, one black and one white, looked like tangible objects. In fact, they were condensed from the yuan qi of heaven and earth. They had no shape or form, but they were caught by Li Changxing. The most terrifying thing was that his 2 palms contained 2 kinds of baleful aura. Even if a finger-profound realm expert's body was contaminated, they would also be injured. But now, it seemed to have been swallowed into Li Changxing's stomach and refined. This was simply inconceivable. You still have a chance to make one move. Li Changxing stood in the air. The mountain wind blew his clothes, making him look like a celestial being. You're courting death. Song Jingheng waved his hand again, and a horsetail whisk appeared. With a shake of his arm, the horsetail whisk was like a waterfall, turning into dense long threads that wrapped around Li Changxing. The power of each thread was like a sharp flying sword. There were probably tens of thousands of them. This move was absolutely brilliant. Who knew that after the dense long threads wrapped around Li Changxing, before Song Jingheng could even smile, he saw Li Changxing's figure appear in another direction in the sky. Substitution technique. Song Jingheng suddenly realized. Li Changxing hadn't made 3 moves in a row, and he hadn't been able to injure Li Changxing. Now that the 3 moves had passed, once Li Changxing attacked, it would probably be like a thunderbolt. As expected, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Li Changxing stepped in the air, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. At the same time, as his hands danced, a large seal appeared in his bosom. He hugged that large seal and fell from the sky, smashing towards Song Jingheng. This ability was called Sky Flipping Seal. When this seal fell, the entire Mount Jiuhua seemed to tremble slightly. The powerful aura caused the air to crazily surge, and in an instant, it smashed towards Song Jingheng's head. Song Jingheng's complexion wildly changed. He had already guessed that once Li Changxing made a move, it would be incredible, but he didn't expect that the power would be so great. He only felt stifled, unable to breathe, and his body was even locked down, unable to move for a moment. In desperation, Song Jingheng swung his arm, forcibly blocking Li Changxing's attack. Bang! The sky flipping seal fell. It was as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. The turbulent power directly smashed Song Jingheng's 2 arms, causing them to bend. Immediately after, it smashed onto his chest, and Song Jingheng's entire body was smashed into the ground. When the sky flipping seal dissipated, his hair was disheveled, and he vomited blood as he crawled out of the pit. Li Changxing's second fist was already coming down, aiming at his head. The power of Li Changxing's fist could be seen from the broken half of Lang Yuanbai's body. If it really hit, this Wudong Grand Elder would most likely die on the spot. Xiao is going crazy. At this time, Taoist Floating Dust finally couldn't help but make a move. At the same time, the sword and calligraphy duo Fengyuzi also joined the battle, and the 2 of them besieged Li Changxing. Chapter 614. Kunlun's Sect Master, Taoist Floating Dust, and Fengyuzi joined the battle at the same time and charged at Li Changxing. The 2 of them were peak profound finger realm experts and were at the peak of the world. It must be known that cultivation techniques were divided into different grades and martial realms were also divided into several levels. Whether it was Taoist Floating Dust or Fengyuzi, They were peak existences in the profound finger realm. I told you to come together, but you didn't listen. Isn't it a bit too late to join forces now? As soon as the two of them joined the battle, Li Chongqing brandished his arms and punched out with both fists. His killing intent soared as he attacked the two of them at the same time. It could be said that he was arrogant. First, he almost killed Lang Yuanbai before severely injuring Song Jinheng. At this moment, his aura was at its peak as he punched out with both fists with indomitable might. The fist energy was like two raging dragons that wreaked havoc. Wherever it passed, it was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Taoist floating dust and Feng Yu's expressions changed drastically. Originally, the two of them were already the most powerful cultivators in the world of cultivation. However, the moment Li Chongqing made his move, they felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Fighting two people alone was already so terrifying. If it was in the past, it was simply something they couldn't imagine. However, what shocked them even more was that they found that the space around them seemed to be imprisoned. They wanted to dodge, but they found that the true essence in their bodies was suppressed and couldn't circulate smoothly. There was no way to dodge. In an instant, the two of them revealed bitter expressions as they realized what kind of enemy they had encountered. In the next second, both fists smashed into their chests. Taoist floating dust and Feng Yuze were sent flying at the same time. After landing, they spat out blood. At this moment, even Fu Gaowu, the head of the Hong sect, who had always thought of himself as strong, had an ugly expression. Although Li Chongqing's previous display of strength was strong, it was still traceable. However, this move directly subverted his common sense. Everyone attack together. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, no one will live. Fu Gaowu took a step forward and his palm flew out, enveloping Li Chongqing. The heavily injured Feng Yuze, Taoist floating dust, and Song Jinheng all rushed forward. Even Lang Yuanbai, who had lost half of his body, waved his finger. His flying sword turned into a white light, stabbing towards Li Chongqing. 5 peak finger profound realm experts attacking at the same time. Even if a few of them were already heavily injured, the power was still terrifying to the extreme. However, in the face of this unimaginable lineup, Li Chongqing could not help but sneer. He shouted out loudly, "It's time for you guys to witness my true strength." Once these words were spoken, Taoist floating dust and the others had doubts in their hearts as they thought, could it be that the fist art he used earlier wasn't his strongest attack? The next moment, a flying sword flew out from Li Chongqing's body, turning into an afterimage as it clashed with Lang Yuanbai's intrinsic flying sword. Puchi! Like a needle against an awl, the two flying swords met in the air. In the next moment, under the Heart's Will sword, Lang Yuanbai's flying sword was directly broken from the middle. The flying sword was closely connected to Lang Yuanbai's blood. Now that the flying sword was broken, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was already heavily injured, but now it was one disaster after another. The instant the flying sword was broken, the Hong sect's master Fu Gaowu's attack had already struck Li Chongqing's body. Just as Fu Gaowu's face revealed a slight smile, he suddenly saw Li Chongqing smiling at him. He immediately had a bad feeling. Just as he wanted to retreat, Li Chongqing reached out and grabbed his neck. Li Chongqing then flung him forcefully. Fu Gaowu's entire body spun in the air for more than 10 meters and hung on a crooked tree. The most powerful expert present, the dignified Hong sect's master, actually had his meridians destroyed by Li Chongqing in just one move. As a result, he was powerless from climbing the tree and was unable to come down for a while. The third to rush up was Taoist floating dust. This Kunlun sect master's strength was profound. Although he was hit by Li Chongqing's fist, he was still able to display 90% of its power. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed up, a slap landed on his face. As a result, this Kunlun sect master's mouth was filled with teeth. He was also sent flying by this move. When he landed on the ground, his head smashed a large hole in the ground. The remaining Wudong sect's Grand Elder Song Jingheng and Sword Master Feng Yuze stopped in their track. At this time, they knew that rushing up would only bring disgrace upon themselves. Sect Master, that Li Chongxing is coming to cause trouble for you. At this time, several figures quickly rushed over. It was the Kunlun 7 sons and Grand Elder Sun Zhongyi. However, when they approached, their words came to an abrupt halt. Sect Master, what's wrong? Sun Zhongyi hurriedly rushed to Taoist Floating Dust. When he helped Taoist Floating Dust up, his entire face was swollen. He opened his mouth to speak, but he discovered that there were only a few teeth left in his mouth. Elder Song, Lang Yuanbai and Feng Yuze. At this time, Sun Zhongyi was finally able to clearly see the faces of the people present. However, when he saw that they were all injured, he was extremely shocked. These were all famous figures in the cultivation world. Normally, they were just legends. He had only heard of their names and had never seen them in person. But now, such a group of people had gathered together, and they were actually beaten up. When he looked at Li Chongxing, who was standing there without a single injury, Sun Zhongyi's heart gradually fell to the bottom. Is this guy still human? Taoist Floating Dust was barely able to stand up with the help of his subordinate. Although Fu Gaowu, Song Jingheng, and the others were injured, they were barely able to stand. Only sword cultivator Lang Yuanbai was in the most miserable state. He had lost half of his body and his life-bound flying sword had been destroyed. At this moment, he was lying there like a dead dog. Taoist Floating Dust glared at Li Chongxing. His beloved disciple had been killed, and he had lost a few teeth. If this news were to spread, the reputation of the entire Kunlun sect would be ruined. He really wanted to dismember Li Chongxing into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, the Kunlun 7 scions and Sun Zhongyi had rushed over. They were also a powerful force. However, when he noticed Li Chongxing's smile that wasn't a smile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Indeed, Li Chongxing had handled this battle with ease. Although the Kunlun 7 scions and Sun Zhongyi were all in the Finger Profound realm, if they wanted to deal with Li Chongxing, it was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Finger Profound realm experts. You guys can be considered as the strongest forces in the cultivation world. I didn't expect you guys to be so weak. Li Chongxing shook his head with disappointment. He couldn't understand. They were all in the Finger Profound realm, so how could they be so weak? However, when his expression fell into the eyes of Taoist Floating Dust and the others, it made them feel ashamed. They also couldn't understand. They were all in the Finger Profound realm, so how could Li Chongxing be so strong? If they hadn't reached their realm and were sensitive to the world's origin energy, they would have believed that Li Chongxing was already an Earth immortal. Chapter 6:15. Do you guys still want to fight? Li Chongxing quietly looked at the people in front of him. They were all top-notch experts, but they were all lowering their heads in front of him. They were all at the Profound realm, but they weren't even on the same level as Li Chongxing. Especially when they joined forces at the end. Although some of them were injured, they were still easily defeated by Li Chongxing. Even if they were at their peak, they still wouldn't be able to stop Li Chongxing. If this news were to spread out, it would cause a huge commotion. Kunlun sect's Zhuanghua was already famous in the cultivation world, and Li Chongxing's combat strength wasn't even comparable to 100 Zhuanghus. Just based on the strength he revealed in this battle, he was already the #1 expert in the world, an unparalleled existence. We have lost. You can kill us or cut us up as you wish. Taoist Floating Dust looked straight at Li Chongxing, but his tone was filled with helplessness. The dignified Kunlun sect master never thought that there would be such a day. The others all fell into silence. This battle was too big of a blow to them. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger for me. When Li Changxing finished speaking, the 7 sons of Kunlun and Song Zhongyi stared at him. They surrounded Daoist Floating Dust, afraid that he would kill them. Who knew that Li Changxing would immediately shake his head and say, "Killing you doesn't have much meaning. As long as you swear that you won't cause trouble for my friends and family, my grudge with Kunlun will be written off. Today, not only you, I can let all of you go. But there is one more thing that I hope you all remember. Don't provoke me again, otherwise, even the gods won't be able to protect you." The last sentence was very stern, causing them to subconsciously shrink their necks. "Okay, I swear." Daoist Floating Dust still wanted to take revenge for his disciple, but he knew that it was impossible. He could only blame his disciple for provoking such a person. Apart from Daoist Floating Dust, the freak sect's head leader, Fu Gaowu, also made an oath. "Okay, today's matter ends here." Li Changxing had finally put an end to this grudge. In today's battle, although Li Changxing did not kill anyone, the prestige he had established was indelible in their hearts. To put it bluntly, if Li Changxing were to establish a sect tomorrow, then his sect would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these super sects that had been passed down for thousands of years from the day it was established. He alone would be able to surpass any martial arts sect. Since the matter was settled, Li Changxing turned around and walked down the mountain. Zhou Hong followed closely behind. In the past, people like the Kunlun sect leader and the Mount Jihua mountain lord were like immortals to Zhou Hong. Now that they had been defeated by Li Changxing, he was even happier. His decision to take Li Changxing as his master had been a wise decision. Li Changxing and Zhou Hong left Mount Jihua and went back the way they came. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Union, the old Union Master, Jiang Beitong, was currently drinking tea in the main hall with the Heavenly Law Union's upper echelons accompanying him. The current Union Master, Ho Yi, was chatting with Jiang Beitong. Old Union Master, counting the days, Li Changxing should have returned from the Kunlun sect, but there is still no news. Could he have died in Kunlun? Hearing Ho Yi's words, Jiang Beitong put down his teacup. It would be a good thing if he died in Kunlun. Otherwise, with such a person in the north, it would not be easy to control him. However, if he really died like this, it would be a pity for such a genius. Yes. However, even if he died, he only has himself to blame. What kind of place is the Kunlun sect? They have thousands of years of foundation. How could he shake them? Just as the two of them were talking, a subordinate rushed in from outside. "Old Union Master, we just received news from Kunlun. Li Changxing went to the Kunlun sect a few days ago. Coincidentally, the Kunlun sect leader was not there. He fought with Kunlun's Grand Elder, Sun Zhongyi, and others at the foot of Mount Kunlun. Kunlun activated 99 formations to kill him. What was the final result?" Ho Yi blurted out. Not only him, Jiang Beitong and the other upper echelons also became nervous. In the end, Li Changxing defeated the 12-finger profound realm experts of Kunlun by himself and broke Kunlun's mountain protection formation. More than half of the formations in Mount Kunlun and countless buildings were destroyed by him. Kunlun suffered heavy losses in this battle. When the disciple said this, the scene fell into silence. The Kunlun sect's formations were Kunlun's strongest foundation. They did not expect that it would be broken by Li Changxing. Although the crowd did not witness the grand scene of the battle with their own eyes, they were still shocked by the description. 99 formations, countless jade palaces were destroyed, and the 12-finger profound realm experts were no match for a single punch. Li Changxing's battle was equivalent to stepping on the Kunlun sect with one foot. What happened after that? Where did Li Changxing go after that? Jiang Beitong took a deep breath and felt a little regretful in his heart. He originally wanted to give the map with the formations to Li Changxing so that when Li Changxing fought with the Kunlun sect, The difference in strength between the two sides would not be too great. But he did not expect that it would help Li Chongqing to complete the feat of breaking the formations. Those formations were only described briefly, but the other party was able to break them. Could it be that he is an array formation genius? Jiang Beitong's heart was full of doubts. After Li Chongqing broke the formations, he went to find the Kunlun sect master. Where is the Kunlun sect master? Jiang Beitong continued to ask. The Kunlun sect master went to Mount Jihua and joined forces with Lang Yuanbai and some friends to deal with Li Chongqing. I heard that the grand elder of the Wudong sect, Feng Yuze, and the sect master of the Hong sect, Fu Gaowu, were there. When the disciple said these names, Jiang Beitong's face showed some admiration. Every one of these people was stronger than him, and they were all the top figures in the world. That Li Chongqing dared to go to Mount Jihua to find them. Even if he could break the Kunlun sect's formations, he would be courting death. I am afraid that only an earth-level deity could survive such a lineup. Hearing this, Jiang Beitong sneered. If Li Chongqing returned after breaking the Kunlun sect's formations, then Li Chongqing's prestige in the Heavenly Tao Union would be like the sun in the sky. At that time, not to mention the Union Master Hou-yi, even the old Union Master would have to bow his head. The North was not under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, but he did not expect that the drifting dust-perfected cultivator would unite so many super-experts, and Li Chongqing still dared to find trouble. This Li Chongqing is young and frivolous. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but in the end, he still can't escape death. Jiang Beitong heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand, indicating that the disciple could leave. Who would have thought that the disciple would just stand there and not move? What? You have something to say? Jiang Beitong frowned. I only told you half of the news. The news about Li Chongqing after he went to Mount Jihua has already spread. When Li Chongqing ascended Mount Jihua, he first fought with Mount Jihua's mountain lord, Lang Yuanbai, and defeated him. Later on, he fought with Taoist floating dust, Feng Yuze, Song Jingheng, and Fu Gaowu. None of the 5 top-notch experts were a match for Li Chongqing. In the end, the 5 of them joined forces and were easily defeated by Li Chongqing. The sect master of Kunlun, drifting dust-perfected cultivator, has already announced that the grudge between Kunlun and Li Chongqing will be written off after today. The Hong sect's sect master, Fu Gaowu, has also returned to the overseas headquarters. Mount Jihua's Lang Yuanbai is severely injured and is now recuperating in seclusion. Also, the Wudong sect's elder Song Jinheng and the sword master Feng Yuze have returned to the sect. They have all instructed their disciples to avoid the people of the Heavenly Tao Union in the future. When the disciple finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. This news was simply too shocking. Chapter 6:18. At the central stronghold of the Heavenly Tao Union, Li Chongqing brought Zhou Hong to the gate of a garden. There were 2 huge stone lions in front of the gate, looking majestic and imposing. Just as he was about to ask Zhou Hong to knock on the gate, he saw that the bronze gate had already opened, and several vigilant young men walked out. Judging from their auras, they were all cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refining realm. They would be considered experts in the secular world, but in a big force like the Heavenly Tao Union, they could only be ordinary disciples guarding the gate. Who are you? What are you doing here? The leader of the group was a young man with delicate features, but his eyes flashed with cold intent. I'm Li Chongqing, a guest elder of the Heavenly Tao Union in the north. I want to see the Grand Elder of the Central Region, Guoqing. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's name, the vigilant disciple's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear and respect. So it's Elder Li from the north. I'll go inform him immediately. The young man turned and walked inside. The others were no longer glaring at Li Chongqing like before. their tone of speaking to Li Changxing, and Li Changxing became more courteous. Elder Li is famous in the northern cultivation world. We've admired you for a long time. The weak often worshipped the strong. Since Li Changxing joined the Heavenly Dao Union, he had won every battle and defeated several top experts in the world. Now, many people in the Heavenly Dao Union regarded Li Changxing as their idol. Seeing the reverence of these people, Zhou Hong's face was filled with pride. Following such a master, no matter where he went, he would gain a lot of face. Soon after the young man went in, footsteps were heard from inside. Then, a group of people came out. The leader was a middle-aged man in a tang suit. After coming out, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "You must be Elder Li Changxing, right? I'm Guo Qing, the Grand Elder of the Central Region." "Greetings, Elder Guo." Li Changxing cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Guo Qing introduced the people next to him to Li Changxing. "This is Second Elder Ting Hai and Guest Elder Zhang Zijiang." Li Changxing then bowed to the two of them. That second elder, Ting Hai, was very polite. Based on Li Changxing's reputation, even though he looked young, he didn't dare to look down on him. However, although the guest elders Zhang Zijiang also returned the greeting, Li Changxing could see some hostility on their faces. This made Li Changxing have no choice but to size them up a few more times. Zhang Zijiang's aura was restrained. He was an expert, but he was only at the peak stage of the Vajra realm. He might be considered an expert in the Heaven Dao Union, but in Li Changxing's eyes, he was nothing. "Elder Li, let's talk inside." Under Guo Qing's lead, many people were quietly sizing up Li Changxing along the way. "He's the guest elder from the north? He looks so young. I heard that he killed the Hong Sect's Dragon Lord, Situ Qinglong, and the Finger Mystic Realm expert, Chen Xiang. Even Kunlun's #1 prodigy, Zhuang Hua, died in his hands. I thought he was an old man in his 70s or 80s. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Look at the guest elder from the north. He just joined the north for a short time, but he made the north an existence comparable to the central and western regions. I don't know what kind of luck the north had to find such a super expert." Hearing the conversations of the surrounding disciples, Li Changxing could clearly feel the killing intent on the face of the guest elder from the central region. Zhang Zijiang grew stronger. He only needed to think for a moment to understand where this guest elder's killing intent came from. He was the guest elder from the north, while Zhang Zijiang was the guest elder from the central region. However, Zhang Zijiang wasn't famous in the Heaven Dao Union. He was miles away from Li Changxing. Jealousy, it was actually because of jealousy. Li Changxing couldn't help but smirk. If a person's cultivation wasn't high, and he didn't find the reason from himself, but was jealous of others, how could he have great achievements? They came to the main hall and sat down. Zhou Hong tactfully stood behind Li Changxing. He still carried 2 long sabers on his back, and his attire attracted many people's attention. When they heard that he was Li Changxing's disciple, a few young disciples were eager to have a try. Obviously, they didn't dare to provoke Li Changxing, but they wanted to spar with Li Changxing's disciple. If they could defeat Li Changxing's disciple, they would gain a lot of face in the future. Li Changxing didn't object to this. Zhou Hong was about to break through to the Vajra realm, and he was qualified to be an elder in the Heaven Dao Union. If he could have a spar with someone, it might be helpful for him to improve his cultivation. Unfortunately, although those disciples were eager to have a try, they were still afraid of Li Changxing's reputation, and no one dared to say anything. Zhou Hong didn't notice this. These days, he had reached the most critical juncture of his cultivation, and he was thinking about how to break through to the next realm. He didn't pay much attention to the things around him. Elder Li came to the stronghold of our central region in the capital. "You must have something to ask of us, right?" The Grand Elder of the central region, Guo Qing, asked with a smile. "That's right. I have something that I would like to trouble the central region to help me investigate." The Yi clan in the capital seems to have encountered some difficulties recently, and I want to know who is going against the Yi clan. The Yi clan and I have a relationship, and I hope that the central region can help me look after them. After all, the capital city is under the control of the central region. Hearing Li Chongxing's words, the Grand Elder Guoqing, the Second Elder Ting, and Yi, as well as everyone in the main hall, had interesting expressions. Seeing this situation, Li Chongxing thought of something. Could it be that the central region of the Heaven Dao Union is going against the Yi clan? Guoqing nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. The central region wants to move its headquarters to the capital city, and naturally, we have to firmly control the businesses around the capital city. The Yi clan is a famous family in the capital city, and their existence has a great impact on the development of the central region. Therefore, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. We want to drive them out of the capital city. I didn't expect that the Yi clan is actually Elder Li's people. So that's how it is. I hope that the central region can let the Yi clan off for my sake. I can guarantee that in the future, when the central region develops businesses in the capital city, the Yi clan will not be your stumbling block. Instead, we will open the door to mutual benefit. What do you think, Elder Guo? Hearing Li Chongxing's words, everyone in the hall fell silent. Guoqing frowned. The Yi clan was deeply rooted in the capital city, and their forces were spread all over the place. The reason why Guoqing attacked the Yi clan was not because the Yi clan would obstruct their development, as he said. After all, the Yi clan was a secular force, and it was too difficult for them to pose a threat to cultivators. Guoqing had his eyes on the vast wealth of the Yi clan in the capital city. As long as he could get his hands on all those businesses, he would be able to make tens of billions a year. Cultivators were also humans, and they needed the support of secular resources. With this sum of money, it was enough to create many experts in the central region. Now, Li Chongxing asked him to give up the Yi clan, which was a fat piece of meat. How could he bear to part with it? Chapter 6:19. Guoqing's face immediately turned gloomy. Cutting off one's source of income was like killing one's parent. Although Li Chongxing was now so famous in the Heavenly Law Alliance that even the Alliance Master Ho Yi and the Western region did not dare to provoke him, the Central region was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Western region not only because of their cultivation strength, but also because of the special backing of the Central region. Therefore, Guoqing was not afraid of Li Chongxing even though he was wary of him. Not only Guoqing, but the other senior members of the Central region also showed hostility in their eyes, especially the guest Elder Zhang Zijiang, who said coldly, "Elder Li, do you think that the Central region is as timid as the Western region and that we can only swallow our anger when our elder is killed? Listen to my advice, you'd better not get involved in the Yi family's affairs. Don't get yourself involved." Zhang Zijiang sneered after he finished speaking. He had long disliked Li Chongxing, but he knew that he was no match for Li Chongxing with his strength. Now, he took the opportunity of Li Chongxing falling out with the Central region to mock him. He was sure that Li Chongxing, who had the backing of the Central region, would not dare to fall out with him no matter how strong his martial Dao strength was. "So, Elder Guo, you don't plan to give me face?" Li Chongxing did not pay attention to Zhang Zijiang at all. He was still staring at the great elder of the Central region, Guoqing. Originally, he wanted to use the Central region's power to find out what difficulties the Yi family had encountered, but he never expected that the Central region was the initiator of the matter. Even so, from beginning to end, Li Chongxing still wanted to negotiate and resolve the grudge. However, the attitude of the Central region's people made him very unhappy. Being ignored by Li Chongxing, Zhang Zijiang suddenly became angry and shouted, "Li, don't be so shameless. It's just the Yi family. Do you want to go against the Central region after becoming the Yi family?" Although Zhang Zijiang was angry, he cleverly put a big hat on Li Changxing and used the central region to pressure him, who knew that after hearing his words, Li Changxing would only laugh disdainfully. So what if I go against the central region? Besides, I'm talking to your great elder, Guoqing. Who are you to interrupt? Li Changxing's words seemed to stab Zhang Zijiang, and he instantly flew into a rage. Li Changxing, you've gone too far. You're a guest elder, and I'm also a guest elder. Could it be that I have to lower myself to you? What? Do you think you can be compared to me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Li Changxing's words caused Guoqing's killing intent to surge. Damn you! Instantly, he clenched his fists and was about to attack. Elder Zhang, you can't. Guoqing turned pale with fright. Although he was unwilling to let go of the Yi family, he also did not want to fall out with Li Changxing. And once Zhang Zijiang made a move, it would really become a feud. However, just as Zhang Zijiang's internal energy was circulating, Li Changxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped down on Zhang Zijiang. Good timing. I'd like to see if Elderly, the guest elder of the Western region, is as powerful as the rumors say? Zhang Zijiang's clothes suddenly bulged as he circulated his genuine qi. He raised his fist to meet Li Changxing's palm. There was a strong fighting intent in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the palm fell without hesitation. Zhang Zijiang's fist was instantly shattered. Then, under the palm, his body was torn into pieces and turned into a pile of minced meat. The strong smell of blood irritated everyone's nostrils, and the place fell into silence. Zhang Zijiang, the guest elder of the central region, was easily killed by Li Changxing. This made everyone's heads buzz, and some of them did not dare to imagine. Although Li Changxing was famous, how dare he kill someone in the headquarters of the central region? Everyone was stunned by Li Changxing's means. At this time, Li Changxing's eyes fell on Guoqing again. Elder Guo, can you give me face and let the Yi family go? These few words were murderous, and it seemed that if there was a disagreement, he would directly kill Guoqing. At that moment, Guoqing felt as if a whole mountain was pressing on his heart, and even breathing became difficult. What a terrifying aura! Guoqing was shocked. He was also a profound realm expert, and usually thought highly of himself. Although he heard of Li Changxing's deeds and was very surprised, in his heart, he thought that even if he was not as good as Li Changxing, he should not be too far behind. But until this moment, he suddenly understood that compared to Li Changxing, he was like an ant. An ant wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with a mountain was undoubtedly a very stupid thing. The Yi family is very important to the central region. Guoqing took a deep breath and spat out these few words with difficulty. He had already made his intentions clear. The Yi family's wealth was too great, so great that he, the great elder of the central region of the Heavenly Tao Union, coveted it and was unwilling to give it up easily. If you don't let the Yi family go, then I will remove your central region from the 5 divisions of the Heavenly Tao Union. As Li Changxing's words fell, endless murderous intent spread out. The courage that Guoqing had just mustered disappeared in an instant under the murderous intent. He looked at Li Changxing, and saw the determination in Li Changxing's eyes. No matter how great the power behind you is, if you offend me, you will die without a burial place. After speaking, Li Changxing turned and left. Only when Li Changxing and his disciple completely disappeared from everyone's sight did Guoqing and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Just now they had the impulse to die at any time. Great Elder, what should we do? Second Elder Ting and Yi asked. Now we only have 2 choices. The first is to admit defeat to Li Changxing and give up on dealing with the Yi family. However, the central region of the Heavenly Tao Union will lose face, and we won't be able to raise our heads in front of the people of the North in the future. The second choice is to immediately call for reinforcements and ask the war god to deal with Li Changxing. However, if even the war god can't deal with Li Changxing, then our central region might really be eradicated by him. After all, we have all witnessed his strength. Hearing Guqing's words, Second Elder Ting and Yi, as well as the other higher-ups, fell silent. Neither choice was the best for the central region. They would either lose their dignity and backbone, or they would have to bear the risk. Great Elder, what do you think we should do? Ting and Yi frowned. They had no idea about the survival of the central region. This Li Changxing is so arrogant, how can our central region let him do as he pleases? Second Elder, you will be in charge from now on. I will personally go find reinforcements. This Li Changxing thinks that our central region is easy to bully, but he doesn't know what kind of backing we have. After speaking, Guqing walked out of the hall quickly. Just as he was about to ask his subordinates to prepare the carriage, he saw a figure standing quietly on the wall of the courtyard. Li Changxing didn't leave immediately, but he was waiting for the central region to make a decision. Chapter 620. Guqing was shocked. He didn't expect Li Changxing to stay. His eyes were filled with fear. Just as he was about to say something, Li Changxing raised his hand and threw the overturning sky seal at Guqing. He didn't want to waste time with the man in front of him. He had given him many chances before. As the overturning sky seal fell, Guqing's eyes were filled with despair. He found that the air around him seemed to have solidified. His true essence was like a pool of stagnant water. He could only wait for death. Elder Li is the guest elder of the Western region. If you kill me, you will become a sinner in the Heavenly Tao Union. Guqing could only rely on his relationship with the Heavenly Tao Union to make Li Changxing stop. However, Li Changxing's face didn't change at all. He watched the overturning sky seal fall and Guqing was about to die. However, the seal stopped less than a finger away from Guqing's head. It wasn't because of Guqing's words. It was because a figure in the sky was closing in on Li Changxing. He was at the peak of the profound finger realm. In a split second, Li Changxing had determined that the man was no less powerful than Fu Gaowu, the leader of the Hong sect. He was one of the most powerful fighters in the world. Guqing's face was covered in sweat, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. His reinforcements had arrived. The martial god, Mei Guanjing, was known as the guardian of the Imperial Brocade Guards. Just like the sect master of Kunlun, immortal floating dust, he was the backer of the central region in the capital city. Mei Guanjing appeared with a long spear in his hand. It was made of black iron and was filled with coldness. How dare you kill someone in the capital city? Do you think I am just a decoration? In the sky, a thunderous voice spread in all directions. The leaders of the central region heard the voice and were overjoyed. They rushed out one by one. Li Changxing had become famous recently, but it was only a rumor. Mei Guanjing was the backer of the central region. He was known as the martial god and the most powerful man in the capital city. Li Changxing merely sneered when he saw how happy the people from the central region were. He dispersed the sky-turning seal in his hand, then turned around and punched out at Mei Guanjing, who was approaching him from afar. His fist force transformed into the shape of a dragon, tearing through the void and smashing into Mei Guanjing's body. The number one expert in the capital let out a miserable cry and turned into a black dot in the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. He had been sent flying by a single punch. The smiles on the faces of those from the central region froze. Great Elder Guqing, who had heaved a sigh of relief, felt his legs go soft. Li Changxing turned his head and did not make any unnecessary movements. Guqing had already knelt on the ground with a plop. Perhaps before this, in the face of Li Changxing's sky-flipping seal, although he was afraid, the pride in his heart still supported him to bravely face death. But after experiencing the threat of death once, He knew that kind of fear. There was hope in despair, but as soon as the hope was ignited, it was thrown into the bottomless abyss. The mental torment of such ups and downs had completely destroyed Guiqing's pride. At this moment, he only wanted to live. Elderly, I was wrong. The Central Region is willing to listen to you and turn hostility into friendship with the Yi family. I am willing to personally go to the Yi family to apologize. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare my life. Guiqing knelt there, his voice trembling. A dignified profound realm expert was now like a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Ha ha! Li Chongqing's eyes revealed some disdain. He had originally come to negotiate with them with kind words, but the other party did not take him seriously. Now, he was kneeling and begging for mercy. It was really ridiculous. I will spare your life this time. I hope you will do as you say. If you play any tricks again, the entire Central Region will be buried with you. After that, he turned to his disciple Zhou Hong and instructed, You go to the villa in the suburbs alone first. This Mei Guanjing dared to have the intention to kill me just now. I will go and teach him a lesson. After that, he stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, chasing in the direction where Mei Guanjing had disappeared. At this moment, in a large courtyard in the suburbs of the capital, Mei Guanjing was sitting on the sofa with his hand on his chest. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What a powerful fist force! It injured me severely in an instant from such a distance. It seems that the attacker should be the guest elder from the north, Li Chongqing. I was not convinced at first, but now it seems that I have overestimated myself. Mei Guanjing muttered to himself. In the courtyard outside the house, there were many young men practicing martial arts. All of them were bare-chested, revealing their strong and dark muscles. As they punched and moved, their skin shone brilliantly under the sun. Every punch and kick contained a powerful force of qi and blood. These were the subordinates that Mei Guanjing had carefully selected. He was known as the guardian of the embroidered uniform guards in the cultivation world, but he really wanted to establish a team of embroidered uniform guards to monitor the cultivation world. These subordinates who were training were the initial team that he wanted to build. These people were all in the innate realm, and each of them could be called a martial arts genius. It was quite impressive for them to have such cultivation in their 20s. A total of 20 subordinates under Mei Guanjing's personal guidance would grow into a terrifying force in the future. I saw Mr. Mei enter the house just now. It seems like he fell from the sky. What fall? He clearly flew down. Mr. Mei's strength is the best in the capital. He is the #1 expert in the capital. But why did I see blood flowing from the corner of Mr. Mei's mouth? Not to mention the capital, even if you look at the whole world, how many people can compete with Mr. Mei? That's true. Just as they were discussing, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, what is that? They saw a black spot in the sky getting bigger and bigger, and soon it was in front of them. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Mei Guanjing, you dare to have killing intent towards me? Get out here and accept your punishment. In the hall, Mei Guanjing was treating his injuries when he suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing the voice outside, his face was filled with anger. He was the #1 expert in the capital. It was already a great humiliation for him to be sent flying with a single punch, but the other party was relentless in coming after him. Killing someone with just a nod of the head was simply too much. However, there was more fear in his eyes. He had already established an invincible prestige in front of these geniuses in the courtyard. If he was dealt with by Li Chongqing in front of them, he would lose all his prestige. It would be worse than killing him. What should I do? Mei Guanjing was at a loss for a moment. He had also witnessed Li Chongqing's strength. Based on that punch just now, he was absolutely no match for him. Even if he wanted to escape now, he had nowhere to run. However, if he went out and lowered his head to Li Chongqing, would he still have any face left? After hesitating for a moment, Mei Guanjing took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the room. When the door opened, all the geniuses in the courtyard looked at Mei Guanjing. Mei Guanjing tidied his clothes and cupped his hand. Elderly, I am the martial god, Mei Guanjing, the #1 expert in the capital. My master is. Before he could finish, Li Changxing's body had already descended from the sky. He punched Mei Guanjing's chest, sending him flying 100 meters away. At the same time, he rushed over and stepped on Mei Guanjing's throat. He looked down at Mei Guanjing, who was under his foot, and said coldly, I don't care who your master is. This is the consequence of daring to have killing intent towards me. Chapter 621. Mr. Mei actually lost. How is this possible? How could Mei Guanjing lose? The group of youths stood there in a daze. They didn't dare to believe it, and they didn't want to believe it. Mei Guanjing had already planted the seed of invincibility in their hearts. But now, Li Changxing had stepped on Mei Guanjing in front of them. This wasn't just a humiliation to Mei Guanjing, it also caused a monument in the hearts of these young geniuses to collapse. Li Changxing, you've gone too far. Mei Guanjing's eyes were red. Li Changxing had destroyed his image in the hearts of these youths, causing him to lose all face. The #1 expert in the capital was stepped on. This wasn't just a simple defeat, it was a great humiliation. Li Changxing sneered. He lifted his leg and kicked Mei Guanjing's ribs. With a crack, Mei Guanjing's body brushed against the ground and flew more than 10 meters away. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a high-pressure water gun. This kick didn't just break his ribs, it also severely injured his internal organs. Even a finger-profound realm expert like Mei Guanjing would need more than half a year to recover. After taking Mei Guanjing away, Li Changxing didn't pay attention to those young geniuses who were standing there in a daze. He took a step forward and his body rose into the air again. He disappeared from everyone's sight like a big bird. Now, as the news of the battle on Mount Zhihua spread, there were already people who faintly called Li Changxing the #1 expert in the cultivation world. A person who could defeat several peak finger profound realm experts could already be recorded in history. However, it was also because of this title of the #1 expert in the cultivation world that many people were tempted to take action. For example, Mei Guanjing. Since Li Changxing had just appeared in the capital, he had already begun to follow Li Changxing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to appear at the central stronghold of the Heavenly Tao Union when Guoqing was in danger. As the saying went, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Who wouldn't want to fight for first place? Especially someone like Mei Guanjing. If he could defeat Li Changxing or fight to a draw with Li Changxing, then it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to establish the embroidered uniform guard in the cultivation world. After all, although Li Changxing was strong, it was only in the rumors. People had not seen it with their own eyes, so they always held a trace of hope in their hearts. How could Li Changxing not know? When Mei Guanjing was following him, he had already noticed it. He knew that there were always people in the world who didn't know the difference between life and death. So, even though he had sent Mei Guanjing flying with a punch, he still chased after Mei Guanjing to teach him a lesson and completely ruin his reputation. This was to make an example out of him, to let those who secretly held hope in their hearts to consider their own strength. At the very least, from now on, those who thought they were weaker than Mei Guanjing wouldn't dare to provoke Li Changxing. If Li Changxing had stopped chasing after Mei Guanjing after sending him flying with a single punch, a few days later, Mei Guanjing might have announced to the outside world that he had exchanged blows with Li Changxing and was slightly inferior to him. Even more shamelessly, he might have claimed that he had fought to a draw with Li Changxing and that Li Changxing did not dare to chase after him and fight to the death. If it was in the past, Li Chongqing would naturally not care about this kind of thing, but now that he had decided to establish his own sect, he had to pay attention to his own reputation. Only by establishing an unshakable image would he be able to intimidate those demons and ghosts. Even if Li Chongqing wasn't on Earth, he could still deter people for decades. With Li Chongqing's speed, it only took him a dozen minutes to reach the villa in the suburbs from the capital city. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, the whole mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. The sea of clouds was surging, just like a fairyland. These clouds and mist were not ordinary mist, but the spirit-gathering array arranged by Li Chongqing, which gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. It could be said that if one cultivated in this mist, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, although this mist was close at hand, unless one was a profound realm expert, it was impossible to get close to it. Li Chongqing had arranged the great mountain protecting array, and the killing intent was dormant. If ordinary cultivators dared to force their way in, they couldn't avoid the fate of being smashed to pieces. Walking on the mountain path, this killing array naturally couldn't stop Li Chongqing, the one who arranged the array. He walked all the way back to the villa. Just as he opened the door of the courtyard, he heard a loud shout. "Who dares to break into my Big Dipper array?" A beautiful figure attacked Li Chongqing with a swift and fierce wind. The corners of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up into a smile. He raised his hand and lightly blocked, catching the other party's fist in his palm. At the same time, his palm turned, and with a light shake, a figure flew through the air and fell to the ground. It was none other than Azu, who was in charge of guarding. "Azu, don't be rude." At this time, Lu Chong and Zhou Hong hurried to greet her. Azu's face was crimson. She looked at Li Chongqing with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Azu had also broken through to the innate realm. She had indeed made rapid progress with the help of the spiritual qi in this array. "Greetings, Mr. Li." After seeing Li Chongqing, Lu Chong hurriedly saluted. Li Chongqing waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so polite, and then looked at Azu. "You knew it was me, so you deliberately sneak attacked me, didn't you? But your kung fu has indeed improved. Your master's training is not in vain. It's all thanks to the array arranged by Mr. Li," Lu Chong hurriedly said. He looked at Lu Chong. While Li Chongqing was talking to Lu Chong, he found that Lu Chong's current realm was similar to Zhou Hong's. They were both at the peak of the innate realm. Unlike Zhou Hong's qi and blood were vigorous, like a young general breaking through the border. He could break through to the Vajra realm at any time. On the other hand, Lu Chong gave off a feeling of decay. This meant that his potential had been exhausted. If he did not have a fortuitous encounter, he was afraid that he would stop at this level for the rest of his life. Li Chongqing had already seen through Lu Chong's aptitude, so he did not find it strange. "By the way, Mr. Li, someone came to visit a few days ago. He said that he was Mr. Li's friend. Out of caution, I did not dare to open the array to let him in. Instead, I went out to meet that person. That person was mysterious and was shrouded in a black robe. Before he left, he asked me to pass a message to you." "Oh? Who was that? What message did he ask you to pass?" Li Chongqing thought about it and did not seem to have such a friend. Now that he was famous in the world, all kinds of demons and ghosts would jump out. It was normal for strange people to appear. "That person asked me to pass a message to you. He said that the day of the Earth Immortal Ascension, or the day when Master and disciple meet." Li Chongqing's heart suddenly trembled. Earth Immortal? Master? He thought of the figure in the deepest part of his memory, the mysterious master who taught him the 9 transformations of the God-Fiend. He had also wondered if the Earth Immortal Tao would open the door to another world and meet his master. After all, he had lived for a long time by cultivating that set of cultivation method. His master must have lived for endless years as well. At this moment, when he heard this news, he was stunned on the spot. Could it be that I guessed right? After the earth immortal realm, I will enter another world? But if Master has already gone to another world, how can he still ask someone to pass a message to me? Chapter 6:22. What's wrong? Lu Chong hurriedly asked when he saw Li Chongxing in a daze. Nothing. Only now did Li Chongxing react. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in a perilous situation. Could it be that my master is still alive? Will there be a day when we meet again? In this world, Li Chongxing had seen too many profound finger realm experts. With so many outstanding existences, it was impossible for there to be no earthly immortal realm expert. That meant that it was really as he guessed. Stepping into the earthly immortal realm would automatically enter another world, just like the legendary Ascension. After 99 reincarnations of cultivation, Li Chongxing had a premonition that he would surely be different in this lifetime. Looks like I have to quickly establish a sect and establish my own force to protect my loved ones. If by any chance I enter another world the moment I step into the earthly immortal realm, then I'm afraid I won't have enough time to set up a plan. With so many thoughts in his mind, Li Chongxing was unable to settle down for a moment. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged there, but he was still unable to cultivate. His heart was already in a mess. Forget it, I won't be able to figure it out even if I sit here and think blindly. Why don't I cultivate at ease and wait until I break through to the earthly immortal realm? Then the truth will naturally come to light. Li Chongxing suppressed those complicated thoughts, and his mind gradually entered into a state of emptiness. Dense heaven and earth essence qi entered his body with every breath he took. This place gathered the spirit qi of the entire capital, and it was the best heaven and earth essence qi for cultivating the 9 revolutions of the fiend god. In his dantian, a sapling gently swayed. It was the chaotic green lotus. The chaotic green lotus sapling was also absorbing the spirit qi that entered Li Chongxing's body. This sapling was like an ancient giant beast that could absorb any essence qi. After the chaotic essence qi entered the sapling for a long time, the sapling lightly shook its leaves. Instantly, pure essence qi once again filled his dantian and circulated throughout his body along his meridians. It was actually purer and stronger than any heaven and earth essence qi that Li Chongxing had ever seen. Could this be chaotic essence qi? This chaotic green lotus is actually able to transform ordinary essence qi into chaotic essence qi. Li Chongxing's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Just like how ordinary plants could photosynthesize, absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, this chaos green lotus seedling could release chaos energy. The chaos qi was the origin qi of all things that created the world. Using the chaos qi to temper one's body was of a higher grade than any other qi in the world. Rumble. After the primal chaos yuan qi circulated through his body, strands of spirit qi fused into Li Chongxing's body. Li Chongxing could clearly feel that the quality of his body had improved by another level. His blood and qi flowed rapidly like a surging river. His entire body was like a furnace steaming with hot steam. As he inhaled and exhaled, dense heaven and earth spirit qi poured into Li Chongxing's body, forming a spirit qi vortex above his head. All 10,008 pores on his body opened their mouth. The spirit qi finally turned into liquid and seeped into his skin. In the end, every part of his skin was breathing. The majestic spirit qi passed through his meridians. During this process, his meridians were constantly expanding. Finally, it was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, merging into his dantian and being absorbed by the green lotus sprout. Every once in a while, the green lotus seedling would spit out a strand of chaotic essence qi and circulate it throughout his body. Li Chongxing's body was constantly transforming. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chongxing opened his eyes from his silent state. He exhaled a breath, which formed a white light. It directly pierced through the formation he had set up in front of him. The ground beneath his feet actually trembled. The legendary god opened his eyes and saw the day, closed his eyes and saw the night. His voice was like thunder and his breath was like the wind. At this moment, Li Chongqing actually had the aura of a god. He broke the array in a single breath. His entire body, even his gaze, could be used to kill the enemy. He slowly stood up. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were bolts of lightning raging in them. He carefully felt the changes in his body. Every blood vessel was like a river. His blood had become a rushing river. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and internal organs seemed to have become immortal residences, overflowing with immortal qi. Every hair on his body was comparable to a flying sword. He opened his mouth and gently spat out a word. Suddenly, it was like thunder, shaking the entire room. At this moment, Li Chongqing's eyes were filled with joy. The peak of the profound finger realm, half a step away from the earth immortal realm. This time, he had inexplicably reached such a state during his seclusion. He benefited from the green lotus seedling in his dantian, and also benefited from the surging spirit qi here, as well as his long years of accumulation. It was as if the great Tao of the earth immortal realm was right in front of him. Li Chongqing slowly closed his eyes and began to familiarize himself with the power in his body. The reason why he had such a powerful aura just now was because his strength had suddenly multiplied by countless times. As a result, he was unable to adapt to the power in his body. He sensed every detail of his body. Now that he was so powerful, he could kill someone with just a glare or a word. He was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. He could not be touched or touched. If he was not careful, he could hurt someone. After a long time, when he opened his eyes again, the terrifying aura on his body had disappeared. He stepped out of the room and saw Zhou Hong, Lu Chong, and Ah Zhu waiting outside. Obviously, the sound he made just now had alarmed them. However, they did not dare to break into the room and could only wait outside. "Mr. Li, are you okay? I just saw that the protective array outside was broken." Lu Chong asked worriedly. "It's okay. I just couldn't control my power well while practicing." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Lu Chong nodded. "Master." At this moment, Zhou Hong took a step forward and was about to say something. Li Chongqing had already spoken first. "You have broken through to the Vajra realm? Not bad, not bad." Zhou Hong originally wanted to report the good news to Li Chongqing, but he did not expect that Li Chongqing would see through him at a glance. "Master, you promised me that once I break through to the Vajra realm, you will accept me as your disciple." Zhou Hong looked at Li Chongqing with eagerness and passion. When he was in the innate realm, he knew that Li Chongqing was very powerful, but he did not know how powerful he was. After breaking through to the Vajra realm, he thought that he was an expert. However, when he faced Li Chongqing, he felt that Li Chongqing was like a bottomless abyss filled with layers of fog that could not be seen through. Moreover, the more he probed, the more he felt a sense of fear. Only then did he realize that the gap between him and his master was like heaven and earth. "All right, I will keep my word. Today, Lu Chong and Ah Zhu will be the witnesses to officially accept you as my disciple." Hearing Li Chongqing's agreement, Zhou Hong's face was filled with excitement. Ah Zhu, who was at the side, did not understand. Zhou Hong was already a Vajra realm expert and was considered a first-class expert in the world. Logically, he should be able to establish a sect and accept disciples. Why did he have to acknowledge Li Chongqing as his master? After breaking through to the Vajra realm, he could be as carefree and unrestrained as he wanted. Why did he have to find himself a master? Wouldn't it be an additional layer of restraint? Chapter 623. No matter how much time passes, I only care about you. His phone suddenly rang. Li Chongqing took out his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. It was a hearty voice on the phone. Coach Li, where are you now? I'm Wang Dongxing. I haven't seen you for a long time. When are you coming back to Qingzhou? So it's you. A cool guy like you can't get anything out of me. You haven't even called me once in a few months. What's the matter? Li Chongqing joked when he heard it was Wang Dongxing. Wang Dongxing was one of the 4 young masters of Qingzhou University. He was famous for his coldness. If there was nothing important, even Li Chongqing, as a coach, rarely received a call from him. Coach, you guessed it right. Here's the thing. I'm going to get married to Jin Wenwen officially in a few days. I hope you can come to our wedding banquet. Wang Dongxing couldn't hide the joy in his voice. Li Chongqing was a little surprised. Wang Dongxing hadn't even graduated from university this year, but he was going to get married. As if he had guessed Li Chongqing's question, Wang Dongxing explained, Here's the thing. Wenwen is going to study abroad for 3 years, so we've decided to get married first. So that's how it is. Congratulations to you. Li Chongqing smiled. We're going to have our wedding in Suzhou in 7 days. Coach Li, you must come. Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Li Chongqing officially accepted Zhou Hong as his disciple under the witness of Lu Chun and his disciple. Zhou Hong bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. He presented the apprenticeship invitation and performed the apprenticeship ceremony. After drinking the apprenticeship tea, Zhou Hong officially became Li Chongqing's disciple and became Li Chongqing's first disciple. This was just a simple ceremony. If one were to follow the procedure, they would have to meet Zhou Hong's parents and invite all of their friends and family to witness the ceremony. Li Chongqing did not care about these formalities. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended, he urged Zhou Hong to consolidate his martial arts realm. He had just broken through, and not only did he need to adapt to the control of his body's strength, he also needed to build a good foundation. A tall building starts from the ground. If his foundation was not solid, then it would be like a castle in the air, and it would be even more difficult to reach the mysterious finger stage. No matter how good a person's cultivation aptitude was, they still had to constantly work hard. The two complemented each other. Closing his eyes and breaking through to the next realm was as easy as eating or drinking. Li Chongqing had never seen such a genius before. No matter how good one's martial talent was, it was like a piece of unpolished jade. If it wasn't polished, it wouldn't be able to display its beauty. Li Chongqing, who had broken through to the peak of the finger-profound realm, also decided to leave the villa at the top of the mountain to properly relax. He was different from Zhou Hong. He had cultivated the 9 revolutions of the divine devil for tens of thousands of years, accumulating time and time again. His foundation was already solid enough, so he did not need to consolidate his realm. Instead, he needed to relax his mind and balance work and rest. At Li Chongqing's realm, if he wanted to improve, it was not just about bitter training. Instead, he needed to comprehend the way of nature and the principles of heaven and earth. From there, he could truly achieve the unity of heaven and man. After arranging everything, Li Chongqing went down the mountain villa and arrived at the capital's Golden Tree building. Just as he walked to the stairs, he saw the security captain from that day. Behind the security captain were 7 or 8 subordinates who were patrolling. After seeing Li Chongqing, one of them immediately shouted, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here?" It was Li Chongqing's fault for wearing 2 ordinary clothes. In a place like the Golden Tree building, people talked and laughed with riches and honor. Even the security guards were a cut above the rest. If one dressed too casually, it was easy to be looked down upon. But when the security guard spoke, Li Chongqing did not have time to answer. He was fiercely glared back by the security captain. Then, he squeezed out a flattering smile and greeted him. "So it's this gentleman. The security captain hurriedly took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and quietly gave it to Li Chongqing. When was I not sensible? A small security guard like me is not qualified to smoke Zhonghua cigarette. I beg you to take back the cigarettes. It was my fault that day. Looking at the bitter face of the security captain, Li Chongqing could not help but laugh. It turned out that when he saw Li Chongqing and Yi Shuang leaving hand in hand that day, the security captain was scared witless. He could not sleep well every day. To be able to become the security captain of the Golden Tree Group, he used a lot of connections. If he was fired like this, he would lose a lot. Moreover, the Golden Tree Group paid security guards a lot of money. As the captain, he could earn a lot of money. Where could he find such a good job? It's okay. You can smoke without worry. Li Chongqing used his hand to block the cigarette from the other party. I know you're general manager. You have been working hard as the security captain for a day. Moreover, I see that you have a kind face. At first glance, I can tell that you are a good person. Giving you cigarettes is because I feel that you and I hit it off. Li Chongqing just sent a text message to Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang said that she was in a meeting. Anyway, he would have to wait for a while. He was not in a hurry. Although the security captain exuded a mercenary aura, when he bragged, it was refreshing and refined. Since he had nothing to do, he chatted with him for a while to pass the boring time. Really? The security captain foolishly looked at Li Chongqing. After confirming that Li Chongqing was not lying, he put away the Zhonghua cigarette. At this time, Li Chongqing took out a cigarette and handed it to the security captain. He also lit one for himself. The two sat on the steps and chatted about some useless topics. The 7 or 8 security guards behind them looked at each other. They knew the temperament of their captain best. But he seemed to be respectful to this seemingly ordinary young man, which made them puzzled. Chongqing, my father is also in the company today. He heard that you came and wants to see you. Can you come in? Or I can take my father out to see you. Yi Shuang sent a text message. No, uncle. I can go in. Li Chongqing immediately replied. If he did not have the relationship with Yi Shuang, although Yi Haoren was the head of the Yi family, he would not be arrogant enough to let Li Chongqing go in to see him. But with the relationship with Yi Shuang, it was different. Yi Haoren was his elder. Of course, he could not let the elder come out to see him. I will go in first. Talk to you later. Li Chongqing patted the security captain's shoulder. He stood up and walked into the company. On the other hand, the security captain was flattered and honored. He actually talked with the general manager's boyfriend for such a long time. This was enough for him to brag for a long time. Several patrolling security guards saw Li Chongqing leave. Only then did they dare to come closer. One of them doubtfully said, Captain, that kid is wearing ordinary clothes. Why did you let him in? What if he makes the leader unhappy? Hearing his subordinate's words, the security captain immediately stared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at your eyesight. No wonder you can only be a small security guard. Let me tell you a secret. The young man just now is extraordinary. He is the boyfriend of Yi Shuang, the general manager of our Golden Tree Group. Hearing the security captain's words, several security guards were in disbelief. What? You don't believe it? Let me tell you. I saw him and Yi Shuang leave hand in hand that day with my own eyes. It can't be? Captain, you are fooling us again. That's right. With his appearance, even I looked down on him. How could Boss Yi find such a boyfriend? Because the security captain often bragged, even his team members didn't believe his words very much. Chapter 624. In the conference room of the Golden Tree Building, the chairman of the company, the head of the Yi family, Yi Haoren, was having a meeting with the senior executives. His daughter Yi Shuang was sitting next to him. Recently, the crisis of the Yi family was suddenly resolved, and all the companies returned to normal operations. As the chairman of the Golden Tree Group, Yi Haoren happened to visit the company today. When he heard his daughter say that Li Chongqing was here, he wanted to go out and greet him, but Yi Shuang said to let Li Chongqing come up. Thinking of his daughter's relationship with Li Chongqing, Yi Haoren didn't insist. The meeting was about to reach the most important part, which was the cooperation project between the Golden Tree Group and another company. Suddenly, Yi Haoren and his daughter stood up at the same time. They asked the senior executives present to wait for a moment, and then they walked out of the conference room together. There was a lot of discussion in the conference room. They didn't understand the situation between the chairman and his daughter. Not long after, a young man came in with them. Yi Haoren personally moved a chair and put it next to Yi Shuang for the young man to sit down. Suddenly, many people began to whisper to each other. "What's going on? Who is this young man? How is he qualified to attend the meeting of the senior executives of the Golden Tree Group? Is the chairman going to arrange another relative in the company?" Yi Haoren introduced under the puzzled eyes of the crowd. "This is Li Chongqing, Mr. Li. He just came to see Shuang so I want him to sit next to her." After Yi Haoren finished speaking, someone immediately objected. "The cooperation of the next project is our company's trade secret. Who is he? Isn't it inappropriate for him to sit here and listen?" The one who spoke was a young man in a suit with slicked back hair. He was handsome and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was definitely an elite to be able to have a seat in the meeting of the highest level of the Jinka Group. However, the young man looked at Li Chongqing with a bit of hostility. Not to mention a supermaster like Li Chongqing, many people present could easily detect this hostility. The source of this hostility was Yi Shuang, who was sitting next to Li Chongqing. When the young man looked at Yi Shuang, he had a bit of passion. Yi Shuang was the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She was the real daughter of the Yi family, and she was as beautiful as a flower. It would be strange if she didn't have admirers. Although many people knew that the real reason the young man spoke was because of Yi Shuang, after the young man spoke, many people immediately agreed. In their opinion, it was against the rules to let an outsider sit next to such a high-level meeting. "Yes, Chairman, you should ask this gentleman to leave first. It won't be too late for you to talk after the meeting." Another elder from the Golden Tree Group also spoke. If it was in the past, with this elder's position in the Golden Tree Group, even the chairman, Yi Haoren, would have to give him some face. But today, after the elder spoke, Yi Haoren directly shook his head. "The reason why I invited Mr. Li in is not only because he is Shuang Er's good friend, but also because the project we are going to work on is related to him." Hearing this, many people were surprised. "Chairman, can you make it clearer? How is he related to this project?" the Grand Elder asked doubtfully. Everyone else in the meeting room was also confused. Even Yi Shuang's eyes were filled with curiosity. "The company we want to cooperate with is Jinka Group, but do you know who is in charge of Jinka Group?" Yi Haoren said. The young man who had a crush on Yi Shuang immediately spoke. "Of course it's General Manager Ren Juntang." "Ha ha! You are right and wrong. Ren Juntang is indeed in charge of Jinka Group, but no matter how much he is in charge, he can't be compared to Mr. Li next to me because he is the chairman of Jinka Group." "Chairman?" This time, everyone in the room was shocked. Jinka Group was a newly established company. Logically speaking, it couldn't be compared with the deep-rooted Yi family in Beijing. But because of Li Chongqing's rising reputation and the support of Su Xiaolin and Qi Yu, Jinka Group had been rising rapidly recently. Even the Golden Tree Group had to take the initiative to cooperate with it to gain benefit. Suddenly, countless eyes in the room looked toward Li Chongqing. The senior executives of the Golden Tree Group were all elites of society and naturally had a sense of pride. But no matter how elite they were still working for others. When they learned that Li Chongqing was the behind-the-scenes boss of Jinka Group, and was so young, they immediately looked at Li Chongqing with new eyes. The rise of Zhenke Group was discussed by everyone behind the scenes. The behind-the-scenes boss must be terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, how could a company develop so quickly? As for Li Chongqing, he was the boss who knew everything. This made everyone else in the room feel inferior. Chongqing, I didn't expect Zhenke Group to be a company under your name. Yi Shuang was very satisfied with the expressions of the people in the room. It was as if Li Chongqing's achievements were her achievements and she was proud of him. The young man who stood up and asked the question had a stiff smile on his face. He seemed to be asking for humiliation. So you are the chairman of Zhenke Group. You are really young and promising. The veteran surnamed Lu smiled at Li Chongqing. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was different from the young man. He was old and shrewd, and his face and ability to adapt were much stronger. Mr. Li is not only the chairman of Zhenke Group, but also the sudden disappearance of the attack on our Golden Tree Group some time ago. It was also Mr. Li who helped to solve the problem. Yi Haoran threw out another bombshell. This time, it was obvious that everyone's eyes changed. The whole Yi family was besieged from all sides some time ago and suffered heavy losses. Even the head of the Yi family personally mobilized all parties to do nothing. As one of the biggest companies under the Yi family, the Golden Tree Group was also greatly affected. At that time, many people even secretly discussed that the Yi family would be finished. Suddenly, that force no longer went against the Yi family. It was even said that several important people personally went to the Yi family to apologize. Later on, there was news that the Yi clan had used a very powerful connection to avert this crisis. Many people were guessing who Yi Haoran found. The Yi family was already the biggest force in the capital, but they were still forced into such a difficult situation. The power of the big man they invited must be frightening. But who would have thought that it was the young man in front of them? If Li Chongqing's identity as the chairman of Zhenke Group made people not dare to look down on him, then the fact that he helped the Yi family get through the crisis was already awe-inspiring. They didn't expect Ren Juntang to start cooperating with the Yi family. Although Zhenke Group was his own company, he didn't know as much about it as outsiders. However, for Li Chongqing, starting a company was originally to accumulate funds to buy medicinal materials for his own cultivation. Nothing else was important. Chapter 625. Later, when Li Chongqing sat there and listened, no one had any objections. Instead, many people asked for Li Chongqing's opinion. However, Li Chongqing knew nothing about business, so he could only shake his head and wave his hand. After the meeting ended, a group of senior executives walked out of the conference room. The young man who had a crush on Yi Shuang was hit hard by Li Chongqing. He was dejected like a defeated rooster. The general manager of Zhenke Group, Ren Juntang, also came to Beijing today. Mr. Li, would you like to meet him? Yi Haoran looked up and down at Li Chongqing. He still didn't understand the relationship between Li Chongqing and his daughter. He hoped that Li Chongqing could become his son-in-law. After all, where could he find such an excellent person? Li Chongqing felt uncomfortable under Yi Haoran's gaze. He smiled and said, "No need. I have given him full authority to handle the affairs of Zhenke Group. I am only responsible for collecting money every year. I don't care about anything else." "Chongqing, you really know how to be a hands-off shopkeeper." Yi Haoran laughed. "It's my treat today. Book a private room in the best restaurant in Beijing." Yi Haoran was about to make a call. "Dad, it's better to come home and have a family gathering." Speaking of this, Yi Shuang couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing next to her. Her face was a little red. When she said family, she included Li Chongqing. Seeing that Li Chongqing's face didn't change, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Haoran later noticed Yi Shuang's choice of words. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, then let's go home and eat. I will ask your mother to cook." The few of them left the Golden Tree group and saw the security guards looking inside. Yi Haoran couldn't help but frown and reprimand them. "You are my Golden Tree group security guards, why are you acting so sneakily? Why are you gathering here instead of patrolling?" Being reprimanded by Yi Haoran, the security captain and his subordinates were scared and shrank their necks. "Uncle, he's probably waiting for me. At that time, I had a good chat with him. I said that I would talk to him later when I came out," Li Chongqing casually explained for the security captain. "Really?" Yi Haoran smiled. "Chongqing, you're so approachable. You can chat so happily with a security guard. Let's chat another day." Li Chongqing waved at the security guard captain, then got into the MPV with Yi Haoran and his daughter and left. When the car disappeared from everyone's sight, the security captain puffed out his chest and looked at his subordinates behind him. "Did you see that? I didn't lie to you. He's really Chairman Ye's boyfriend. You heard what he said just now. The chairman's son-in-law. He treats me as a friend." Several security guards nodded one after another, thinking to themselves, "The chairman's son-in-law is a big shot. How come he shares the same stink with this security captain, chatting so happily? I really don't understand." When they returned to the Yi family's mansion, Yi Shuang's mother personally cooked. The few of them sat together and ate happily. During the meal, Yi Haoran asked, "Chongqing, how did you settle the matter in the central region of the Heavenly Tao Alliance?" Yi Haoran wasn't a cultivator, but with the Yi family's strength, he still had some understanding of the cultivation world. The Heavenly Tao Alliance was a super force. The central region had their eyes on the Yi family's property. Yi Haoran was prepared to hand over his property and leave the capital at any time. He didn't expect Li Chongqing to settle it so easily. Moreover, the great elder of the central region of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had personally come to apologize. Yi Haoran was almost shocked. "I've joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance as a guest elder in the northern region. I went to them and told them about my relationship with the Yi family, so they promised not to cause any trouble for the Yi family. They also felt deeply sorry for their previous actions, so they came to apologize." Li Chongqing spoke casually. However, Yi Haoran knew that there must be something hidden. After all, even if Li Chongqing was an elder in the northern region of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and could make the central region give up on attacking the Yi family, the great elder of the central region had personally come to apologize. This wasn't something that could be done by ordinary means. Naturally, Yi Haoran was a smart person. He didn't ask too much about this. During the meal, he repeatedly toasted Li Chongqing. By the time the meal was over, Yi Haoran's eyes had turned hazy. He staggered as he walked. Clearly, he had drunk a little too much. On the other hand, Li Chongqing's eyes were clear. He acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he was drinking cold water. "In a few days, I will be leaving the capital to attend a friend's wedding. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Yi Shuang hesitated for a moment. In the end, however, she shook her head. "Recently, the company has just passed through a storm. There are many things that I have to deal with. I won't be able to leave for a while," Yi Shuang said regretfully. In fact, she really wanted to accompany Li Chongqing to attend the wedding. This was undoubtedly equivalent to Li Chongqing announcing their relationship to the public. However, she was now the general manager of the Golden Tree Group. There were many responsibilities on her shoulders. Naturally, there were restrictions on what she could do. She couldn't do as she pleased. In the next few days, Li Chongqing accompanied Yi Shuang to walk around. Then, they set off for Suzhou. Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen weren't dispensable characters in Li Chongqing's life in this life. For the two of them to be able to tie the knot, Li Chongqing was sincerely happy for them. The distance between the capital and Suzhou wasn't far. Li Chongqing didn't bring Zhouhong because he needed to consolidate his cultivation. However, Azu took the initiative to ask to travel with Li Chongqing. Ever since she came to the capital with her master, Lu Chong, to guard the villa in the suburbs for Li Chongqing, Lu Chong forced her to practice martial arts every day. Lu Chong had high hopes for this disciple of his. Azu stayed in the villa on the mountain. She didn't even have the chance to walk around the capital. This time, she was able to go out with Li Chongqing in the name of gaining experience. If it were someone else, Lu Chong would naturally be worried. However, Lu Chong was actually very willing to follow Li Chongqing. After all, Li Chongqing's martial arts realm was there. If he could give Azu a few pointers, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial for Azu. However, although Li Chongqing was able to take a breather in the outside world, Azu's attitude towards Li Chongqing was still cold. Her father and sister both died because of Li Chongqing. If she were to be close to Li Chongqing like a friend, it would probably be very difficult for her to do so in this life. In this regard, Li Chongqing naturally didn't care. Although Azu couldn't overcome the hurdle in her heart, she wasn't an evil person. No matter how high her martial arts cultivation was in the future, she wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. Li Chongqing wasn't worried that she would hurt her family and friends. If he hadn't seen through this point, Azu might have already died under Li Chongqing's hands, let alone practicing in his villa. Li Chongqing wasn't an evil person, but he wasn't a simple-minded kind person either. In his heart, he also had his own set of rules. As long as his bottom line wasn't touched, Li Chongqing was generally relatively kind. Chapter 626. After leaving Mount Jiuhua, Li Chongqing took Zhou Hong back to Qin City. At this time, Wei Gengqiu had also returned. Li Chongqing met with Wei Gengqiu and told him some things. Then he went to the university to find Yu Wei and play with Yu Wei for a few days. Now Yu Wei was a famous talented girl on the university campus. She showed off her talent in a poetry competition held by the university recently. After spending a few days with Yu Wei, Li Chongqing took Zhou Hong back to the capital. Zhou Hong had been practicing the Withering Wood Spring technique these days and had entered the best state. Between each breath, there was a strong vitality coming out of his body. In Li Chongqing's opinion, it would not take long for him to reach the peak of the innate realm and enter the Vajra realm. Once he entered the Vajra realm, he would be at the peak of martial arts in the world. That was the real top expert. At that time, Li Chongqing would officially accept him as his disciple. Master, didn't you say we were going to your big villa in the suburbs of the capital? Why are we in the city? The two of them left the train station and took a taxi to a building in the city. Before coming, he had contacted Yi Shuang through the phone. He knew that Yi Shuang was now in charge of the Yi family's company and was a famous beautiful president in the upper-class circle of the capital. The capital was the economic and cultural center of the country. It was a modern metropolis, so it was especially congested. It took more than 2 hours to walk from the train station to the Yi family's Golden Tree building. Even though Zhou Hong had been practicing the Withering Wood Spring technique these days and had become calmer, he could not help but sigh when he saw the tortoise-like taxi after being stuck in the traffic for such a long time. That's why it's not easy to live in the capital. Li Chongqing smiled. If he hadn't been in a taxi, he would have regretted it. If he had walked, with his and Zhou Hong's speed, they would have been sitting in Yi Shuang's office drinking tea. 2.5 hours later, they arrived at the parking lot in front of the Golden Tree building. The Golden Tree building was built by the Yi family, where the head office was located. It was one of the landmark buildings in the capital. To be able to own such a building in this place where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the Yi family's wealth was obvious. After paying for the taxi, Li Chongqing led Zhou Hong directly to the entrance of the building and sat down on the step. Just now, he had sent a message to Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang said that she would come down soon. He did not intend to go in. This was Yi Shuang's company. As the manager of the company, Yi Shuang's every move would be watched. If a man went to look for her, coupled with Li Changxing's closeness to Yi Shuang, it would probably cause a lot of rumors. The two of them sat on the step. Li Changxing casually took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Hello? Who are you people? Why are you sitting here? Also, you can't smoke here. A middle-aged man in a security uniform walked over. Really? When Li Changxing heard this, he put the cigarette back into the box and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I didn't know. What do you two do? This is the office building of the Golden Tree Group. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. The middle-aged man said coldly. His behavior and expression were somewhat arrogant. Although he was only a security captain, who did not know the power of the Yi family in the capital, in front of the Prime Minister's door was a 7th-grade official. Moreover, in his opinion, the two guys sitting on the steps, the slightly more handsome one with 2 long knives on his back was strange. It was as if he had run out of a mental hospital. As for the one next to him, although he was slightly normal, looking at his dressing, he looked like a bumpkin. He sat on the steps in front of the company and did not go in. He was definitely not a guest of the company. Of course, he could not let them affect the appearance of the Golden Tree Group. It was better to drive them away quickly. We are waiting for a friend here. She will come down soon. Li Changxing smiled. When he smiled, the arrogance on the security guard's face became even stronger. He thought to himself, sure enough, I guessed right. These two guys don't look like customers who came to the company to discuss business. If they were customers, how could they be so polite to a security guard like me? What did they say about coming to the metal group to look for someone? Even if they were looking for someone, why did they need to sit on the steps? Couldn't they just go directly into the hall? It was clear that they were two bumpkins from nowhere. They wanted to see the Golden Tree Group and ran to the step. If he did not appear in time, he was afraid that they would take a selfie with their mobile phones as a souvenir. After all, the Golden Tree Group was a big company under the Yi family. It was very famous in the capital. I say, you two, if you want to take a photo under the Golden Tree building as a souvenir, then I'll give you 1 minute. Quickly take a photo and leave. This is the Golden Tree Group. Although it's not a problem for you to sit here, but if the company's leaders see this and are unhappy, then they will blame me, the security captain, and it will be difficult for me. The head of security tried his best to persuade him. Usually, he could only bow and scrape in front of those big shots in the company. Today, he finally met 2 country bumpkins. He always felt that this security captain was not a small official and could also put on the attitude of a superior. Big brother, we are really waiting for someone here. She will come down soon. This is a box of cigarettes. You can take it and smoke first. Li Changxing often heard that when he met this kind of gatekeeper, giving a box of cigarettes and a few money often had a miraculous effect. Sure enough, when the other party saw Li Changxing take out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, his eyes suddenly lit up and his face showed embarrassment. We just met. How can I ask for your cigarettes? Although he said so, his hand was very honest and took the cigarette. He laughed and said, Little brother, you must have just entered the city. You want to take a photo in front of the Golden Tree building as a souvenir. I can understand that. After all, the Golden Tree building is one of the iconic buildings in the capital. How about it? Do you want me to take a photo for you? No need. We are really waiting for a friend. Li Changxing emphasized again. Well, but brother, you can't stay here for too long. I will wait here with you. If your friend doesn't come down in half an hour, then you can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, if the company's leaders see you, I will be scolded again. The security guard was reluctant to open the box of Zhonghua cigarettes given by Li Changxing and put it in his pocket. Then he took out half a box of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes from another pocket and handed one to Li Changxing. When he was about to give it to Zhou Hong, Li Changxing waved his hand to indicate that Zhou Hong did not smoke. Then he put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it. "Didn't you say that smoking is not allowed here?" Li Chongqing asked with a smile. Only then did the security guard remember that he had just reprimanded Li Chongqing. He was a little embarrassed, but soon his face returned to normal and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive." Li Chongqing also returned a smile and lit a cigarette. The two sat on the steps and chatted casually. The security guard captain was also a talkative person. After being flattered by Li Chongqing, he was a little complacent. Later, he patted his chest and said that in the Golden Tree Group, even their manager had to call him brother. He had a lot of power in Beijing. Li Chongqing nodded in agreement with a serious look on his face. After smoking a cigarette, Li Chongqing patted the ash that fell on his clothes and stood up. The security guard captain laughed and said, "How is it, little brother? I knew you were talking nonsense at that time. You know people in the group. In this company, even a small security guard in our security team has to have a college degree. I didn't lie to you. Look, my friend is coming down." Li Chongqing smiled and pointed to the entrance of the building. "You really have a friend." The security guard captain looked back and did not see anyone. When he was about to say that Li Chongqing lied to him, he saw two doors in the distance open and a beautiful figure came out. Chapter 6:27. It was a gentle and elegant middle-aged man in a suit. His hair was combed back, and the golden ring on his right finger was particularly eye-catching as it shone brightly. After he appeared, the brawny men who had been knocked down immediately got up from the ground and stood respectfully on both sides. There were a few brawny men behind him, all of whom regarded him as their leader. Obviously, he was the leader of this group of people. After he walked in, he first glanced at the people in the room without leaving a trace. Finally, when he saw the men with bruises on their faces, he frowned slightly. "Boss, we chased them in. They started it first." A subordinate who had been beaten into a sorry state reported to the middle-aged man while pointing at Gao Chong. "He was the one who started it." The middle-aged man nodded and scolded, "Trash." Then he looked at Gao Chong. "My men didn't know the rules and broke into your room, causing you inconvenience. I apologize to you first." Hearing the other party's words, Gao Chong snorted coldly, thinking that the other party was afraid of him. His expression became more and more complacent. Unexpectedly, the other party continued, "But you hurt my men first. This is another debt. Take 200,000 yuan of medical expenses and apologize to my men separately. Then we'll write off this matter. How about it?" As soon as the other party finished speaking, Gao Chong scolded, "Bullsh*t. Your men couldn't beat the two of us because they weren't good enough. Seeing that you're reasonable, I didn't want to argue with you. But I didn't expect you to ask me to pay. I definitely don't have the money. If you're not convinced, I'll let you have a taste of my fist." Gao Chong waved his fist, feeling that he was the brightest one in the room at this moment. "In that case, I can only seek justice for my brother." The middle-aged man smiled gently and wasn't angry. He just unbuttoned his suit and took it off. He clenched his fist and hooked his finger at Gao Chong. Gao Chong suddenly became furious and raised his fist to hit the middle-aged man. But just as he moved, the other party quickly grabbed his wrist and then hit Gao Chang's abdomen with his knee. Gao Chong, who was still alive and kicking just now, fell to the ground directly holding his stomach. His moves were straightforward and nimble, without the slightest hesitation. He defeated the enemy with one strike, displaying his powerful skills and attack power. At this moment, Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen stood out at the same time, but they didn't act rashly. Because they could determine that the middle-aged man's strength wasn't something they could deal with. "I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen. You wanted me to attack. How annoying." The middle-aged man shook his head. Looking at Gao Chong, who was curled up like a shrimp on the ground, he ordered his men, Take this guy out and break his leg as punishment. Wait. At this moment, a voice sounded. Wang Dongxing stepped forward. Although Gao Chang was a little reckless back then, he was still Wang Dongxing's friend. Wang Dongxing couldn't just watch him get his leg broken. What? You want to stop me? The middle-aged man sneered. You were the one who attacked just now. Don't worry, after breaking his legs, it will be your turn. Wang Dongxing already knew that he was no match for his opponent, but there was no reason for him to retreat. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure standing in front of him. It was Li Chongqing. Originally, Li Chongqing didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but since Wang Dongxing was involved, he had no choice but to step forward. His opponent's strength had reached the Grandmaster realm. Even if Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen joined forces, they would definitely be no match for him. Seeing Li Chongqing step forward, Wang Dongxing's heart settled down and he obediently retreated to the side. The others in the field were curious. They wanted to see what was so special about this young man who could be Wang Dongxing's coach. Ning Xian and the others were looking forward to it and were a little excited. They were also aware of Li Chongqing's strength. Seeing Li Chongqing step forward, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown. Because in his eyes, Li Chongqing's footsteps were unsteady, and he didn't have the fierce aura of a martial artist. He was more like an ordinary person. However, an ordinary person dared to step forward after seeing his strength. Could it be that he had some special family background? The middle-aged man didn't speak, but waited for Li Chongqing to speak. Li Chongqing just made a gesture of invitation and said lightly, "Make your move. If you lose, take your people and leave here obediently. If you win, I'll give you 200,000 yuan. You can break anyone's legs you want." Li Chongqing's words stunned the other party. He originally thought that Li Chongqing would come up to introduce himself, but he didn't expect that he wanted to fight with him. In his eyes, Li Chongqing was clearly an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. Unless Li Chongqing's martial arts realm had reached an unfathomable level, how could he not see any clues? But how old was the other party? How could he be more powerful than him? The middle-aged man had always thought highly of himself. He thought that his martial arts was already a master of a generation. There were very few people in the world who could beat him, so he waved his hand. "Young man, I just want to find trouble with the person who injured my subordinate. You'd better not force yourself. If I make a move, you can only lie in bed for the rest of the year." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Chongqing said lightly, "Based on what you said, I'll be merciful later." Hearing that, the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. "Haha. Interesting, interesting. I've seen many people who don't know the vastness of the world, but you're the first one who's as ignorant as you." With that, the middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and put his hands behind his back. "Young man, I'll let you make 3 moves. If you can hurt me, it'll be my loss. How about that?" Arrogant. Very arrogant. He didn't take Li Chongqing seriously at all. "Are you sure?" Li Chongqing's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly had a bad premonition. However, he had already said it. Moreover, he had already determined that Li Chongqing was an ordinary person who didn't know any martial arts, so he nodded his head. "All right then." Before he finished speaking, Li Chongqing's body had already rushed out like a cheetah. His fist brought with it the sound of the wind. The middle-aged man's face changed color. He cursed in his heart and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Following that, he felt as if his body was hit by a speeding car. His whole body flew backward all the way out of the room and landed heavily on the floor of the corridor. Boom! The floor under his feet shook. At that moment, everyone's mouths were wide open. They were completely dumbfounded. Li Chongqing's small body actually contained such explosive power, it was simply inconceivable. Chapter 628. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Not only because Li Changxing defeated the middle-aged man, but more importantly, Li Changxing's punch sent the middle-aged man flying a few meters. Li Changxing's thin and weak body was very different from the middle-aged man's, but he achieved such an effect. It was like a stunt in a TV series. Everyone looked at Li Changxing in a daze. For a moment, the whole room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked. The middle-aged man's subordinates swallowed subconsciously. Gao Chang, who had fallen to the ground, barely got up while clutching his stomach. He just happened to see the scene of the middle-aged man being sent flying. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Originally, he looked down on Li Changxing, but now he understood the gap between him and Li Changxing. He used to think that karate was better than Chinese martial arts. When he thought of the toast with Li Changxing just now, he said that he wanted to ask Li Changxing for advice. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous to the extreme. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, everyone in the room finally reacted. At this time, the middle-aged man also got up from the ground, but his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Li Changxing. It was not only the strength that Li Changxing showed when he sent him flying, but also the fact that he found that there were no injuries on his body, only some faint pain on his skin. Logically speaking, under such a powerful force, his ribs should have been broken. There was only one possibility: Li Changxing was really merciful. For a person to control his strength to such a fine point and send people flying without hurting them, such a method was simply amazing. The middle-aged man originally thought that he had reached the Grandmaster realm by combining strength and gentleness. No matter how big the world was, he would be a top expert no matter where he went. It was not until he saw Li Changxing's strength that he realized how ridiculous his idea was. "Sir, you are very strong. I am sincerely convinced. Thank you for being merciful." The middle-aged man cupped his hands. He knew the gap between him and Li Changxing. Just now, Li Changxing was merciful. If he provoked him again, he was afraid that he would die miserably. "Let's go. Keep your subordinates in check in the future." Li Changxing casually waved his hand. Such a person was not qualified to be taken seriously by him. "My name is Xing Mingjue. I opened a dojo in Suzhou. Sir, you are welcome to visit any time." After the other party finished speaking, he cupped his hands in salute according to the Jianghu etiquette and turned to leave. The group of brawny men followed behind him. As for the man who was knocked to the ground by them at the beginning, he stood up with a bloody nose and a swollen face and limped out of the room. It wasn't until the other party had completely disappeared that the people in the private room exclaimed in surprise. In particular, the girls were sizing up Li Changxing from head to toe. They couldn't wait to tear off Li Changxing's clothes to see how such a small body could contain such a powerful force. Several men also gave Li Changxing a thumbs up, full of admiration. Asa secretly curled her lips and thought to herself, "These guys are really a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They haven't seen the world." Li Changxing only defeated a Wu Dao master. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Indeed, Azu was now in the innate realm. A Wu Dao master was not qualified in her eyes at all. They then went to the KTV together. Li Changxing, who was not originally the main character, became the focus of everyone's attention at this time. Ningxin took the initiative to talk to Li Changxing, while Xiaoran's eyes kept rolling. No one knew what she was thinking. They played until very late before going back. Wang Dongxing arranged a hotel for them. Early the next morning, Wei Hu came to Suzhou. When he saw Li Changxing, he kept smiling foolishly. Li Changxing observed for a while, and found that Wei Hu had stepped into the master realm. In comparison, Wei Hu's talent was not the best among the 3 members of the martial arts club. Now, he was one step ahead of Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen. But after thinking about it carefully, it could be understood. Wang Dongxing was the son of a rich family and was destined to inherit the family business. Jean Wenwen was a woman after all. She could be admitted to a foreign university to study abroad, which meant that she would put most of her attention on her studies. Relatively speaking, Wei Hu was more pure. Moreover, Wei Hu was strong and could be considered talented. It was not surprising that he was one step ahead of the other two. The path of martial arts had its own opportunities. For Wang Dongxing and Jean Wenwen, martial arts was not the most important thing in their lives after all. Wei Hu's martial arts strength had skyrocketed. Recently, his momentum had been strong, and he gave people a sense of oppression when he spoke. Someone quietly asked Wei Hu whether he was stronger or Li Chongxing. Wei Hu just stretched out two hands. That person did not understand why, so Wei Hu explained, 10 Wei Hus would not be enough to slap Coach Li. Everyone suddenly had a better understanding of Li Chongxing's strength. After Xing Mingjue was defeated by Li Chongxing, he returned to his martial arts club with his subordinates dejectedly. Xing Mingjue had reached the master realm and was already an expert among ordinary martial artists. Although today's defeat had caused his martial arts to suffer a setback, it also made him put away his arrogance. After returning to the martial arts club, he had a faint breakthrough and his strength had reached a new level. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. He sat in the room and closed his eyes, recalling the scene of the battle with Li Chongxing. He frowned and still could not understand the profound meaning of Li Chongxing's punch. The reason why experts were experts was that they could learn from every battle and improve. Xing Mingjue was one of the best. Unfortunately, Li Chongxing's punch was too brilliant and was not something he could understand at all. Just as Xing Mingjue was feeling distressed, a subordinate came in and reported, "Club Master, Mr. Bai is here." "Mr. Bai?" Xing Mingjue's face showed some joy. He hurriedly stood up and walked out of the room. He saw an old man in white training clothes quickly walk in. "Brother Xing, I haven't seen you for many years. I heard that you've reached the Master Realm and opened a martial arts club and sect. Congratulations. Brother Bai has been a Master Realm martial artist for a long time. I've just caught up to you." Xing Mingjue chuckled. He stepped forward and took the old man's hand. They walked into the hall together. Immediately, a subordinate served tea to them. "Brother Bai has been developing in the south for the past few years. Why have you come to Suzhou this time? What a rare guest." Xing Mingjue sized up the middle-aged man in front of him. Before the two of them broke through to the Master Realm, they had a martial arts competition. Later, they admired each other's skills and turned from enemies to friends. They improved together. Now, one of them was in the north and the other was in the south. They were called the leaders of the northern and southern Wulin by the secular martial artists. Me? One of my disciples got married and moved to Suzhou. The wedding is going to be held tomorrow. As her master, I naturally have to come. I also wanted to take a look at Brother Xing. Looking at Brother Xing's temperament, could it be that your martial arts have improved again? Why don't you have a try?" Bai Henian suddenly reached out and hit Xing Mingjue's chest. Xing Mingjue hurriedly raised his hand to fight back. While blocking Bai Henian's attack, his fingers grabbed Bai Henian's cheek like two dragons playing with a pearl. Bai Henian hurriedly waved his hand to block. His arm hit the two fingers, and the chair under him shattered. However, Bai Henian's body did not fall to the ground with the chair. He seemed to be sitting on the chair, but in fact, his butt was always 1 centimeter away from the chair. He was practicing martial arts when he was walking, sitting, or lying down. "Haha. It seems that your martial arts have really improved. You made me lose a move as soon as you made a move." Bai Henian sighed with emotion. The two of them stopped at the same time. Xing Mingjue asked his subordinate to bring a new chair. Bai Henian was older than Xing Mingjue and had practiced martial arts for a longer time. He was originally ahead of Xing Mingjue, but this time, he found that he had fallen behind Xing Mingjue. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. If Brother Bai had come to Suzhou yesterday, I might have tied with Brother Bai at most. So, Brother Xing, you just broke through today? Yes, I met a young man today and had a fight with him. As a result, he was very powerful and sent me flying with one punch. If he hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid I would be lying in a hospital bed now. This martial arts competition has sharpened my spirit and allowed me to take another step forward. So that's how it is. I just don't know who this young man is and how he has such strength. I don't know his name, but this person is very likely to have reached the legendary innate realm. Even if you and I join forces, we can't survive one move in his hands. Hearing Xing Mingjue's words, Bai Henian could not help but shake his head. Brother Xing, the other party can defeat you, so he must be a top master. But you and I are both gurus. It's a bit exaggerated that we can't survive one move in his hands. Xing Mingjue sighed. If I hadn't done it myself, I wouldn't have believed that there would be such a strong person in the world. That person's strength is really high. Now that you mention it, I also want to see the other party's skills and see if he is as powerful as Brother Xing said. It's a pity that I don't know his name and don't know where to find him. Bai Henian said with some regret. Chapter 629. I've been so busy these days that I've only come to visit you now. Please don't blame me. Wang Dongxing's father, Wang Heng, came to visit Li Chongxing shortly after he returned to the hotel. Wang Dongxing's brother, Wang Dongxiu, and Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen were also with him. Li Chongxing was of noble status, and the Wang family was indebted to him. Naturally, Wang Heng did not dare to neglect him. Uncle Wang, you're welcome. I'm Dongxing's friend. Dongxing's wedding is around the corner, and he has a lot of work to do. How can I blame you? Li Chongxing smiled. He was not being polite to Wang Heng, but telling the truth. If he didn't treat Wang Dongxing as a friend, he wouldn't have come to the wedding. That's good, that's good. Wang Heng was still a little reserved in front of Li Chongxing. After all, Li Chongxing's identity was there. By the way, Wenwen's master is also in Shuazhou. He wants to see Mr. Li. I'll arrange for him to sit with you tomorrow. How about that? Okay. Li Chongxing nodded. Jin Wenwen had been learning martial arts since she was a child. She had a master who practiced Xingyi boxing. Her master heard from Jin Wenwen that Li Chongxing was powerful, so he wanted to see Li Chongxing. However, he never had the chance. Now that Jin Wenwen was getting married, he happened to meet him. My master is the #1 martial arts master of the southern sect. He's very arrogant. I told him a few days ago that Mr. Li is powerful, but he's not convinced. When he meets you this time, he might ask to learn from you. Mr. Li, you must be merciful. Jin Wenwen begged. She knew that although her master was powerful, he was not on the same level as Li Chongxing. Don't worry. Li Chongxing smiled. Since the other party was Jin Wenwen's master, he would not be merciful. Thank you in advance, Coach Li. Because it was getting late, Jin Wenwen and the others left. The next morning, Li Chongxing took Azu to the hotel where the wedding was held. The Wang family was also a big family in Suzhou, so there were many guests. Li Chongxing was arranged to sit at the innermost table. At the same table were Ning Xian, and Xiaoran, Su Yang, and Lin Kuan. Wei, who was naturally at the same table as Li Chongxing. An old man in a white training suit was arranged to sit next to Li Chongxing. With Jin Wenwen's reminder last night, Li Chongxing naturally knew that this was Jin Wenwen's master. However, the other party obviously didn't know Li Chongxing. He just sat there and didn't speak. Because of the other party's solemn expression, Wang Dongxing's friends at the same table didn't dare to talk to him. As they arrived early, they waited for more than half an hour before the wedding officially began. Jin Wenwen's parents were both relatively young. After the process was over, Jean Wenwen and her father came down to propose a toast. The first one they came to was Li Chongqing's table. Bai Henian was Jean Wenwen's master. He had taught Jean Wenwen martial arts since she was a child. He was like half a father to her. Li Chongqing was the Wang family's benefactor and the coach of Wang Dongxing and Jean Wenwen. Therefore, the second one they proposed a toast to was Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, thank you for coming to our wedding banquet. I wish you two be respectful to each other, help each other in times of need, and grow old together. After Li Chongqing finished his blessing, he drank the wine in one gulp. As soon as he sat down, Bai Henian said, "You are Wenwen and Dongxing's coach?" Wenwen said, "You are very strong, but I don't believe it. After the banquet, why don't we find a place to compare notes?" Li Chongqing didn't expect the old man to be so direct, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded. Hearing that Li Chongqing was going to compete with Jean Wenwen's master, the news spread quickly. Many people were looking forward to it. Jean Wenwen's parents were a little worried. "Wenwen, your master is a well-known grandmaster in the southern martial arts world. If he fights with Mr. Li, what if Mr. Li gets hurt? Your master practices Xingyi Fist. It's said that he doesn't go out for 10 years in Tai Chi, and he can kill people in 1 year in Xingyi Fist. If something really happens, what will happen to this big day?" Jean Wenwen's parents were also martial artists. Their family was a martial arts family. They didn't know how strong Li Chongqing was, but they knew Jean Wenwen's master very well. Hearing her parents' words, Jean Wenwen just smiled. "It's okay. Mr. Li is much stronger than my master. It's good enough that he doesn't hurt him. Wenwen, you always say how powerful your coach is. I thought he would be at least 30 or 40 years old. I didn't expect him to be so young. How powerful can he be at such a young age?" Jean Wenwen's father shook his head. At this time, there was an empty space beside Li Chongqing and Bai Henian. The crowd gathered in a circle, wanting to see who was stronger and who was weaker in the fight. Bai Henian said coldly, "Stay away from us. It's not good to hurt you if you can't hold back later." Although Bai Henian didn't think that Li Chongqing was his opponent, he had seen his apprentice's progress in the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't underestimate Li Chongqing. Masters generally didn't hold back when they fought, especially for someone with Bai Henian's strength. He could split stones. A pair of sleeves had great power. If he couldn't hold back, it would be enough to seriously injure people who didn't know martial arts. There's no need to expand the circle. We should be able to determine the winner in 3 moves. We won't get involved. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Bai Henian was stunned and said doubtfully, "Young man, although I'm the #1 martial arts master of the southern sect, I saw that you taught Wenwen's kung fu, which shows that your strength is not ordinary, so you don't have to belittle yourself at all. I'm afraid I can't beat you in 3 moves. Bai Henian thought that Li Chongqing was afraid when he heard his name, so he wanted to encourage the younger generation. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head. "I mean, you can't last 3 moves against me." Li Chongqing said it as a matter of course. He didn't mean to show off at all. What he said was also the truth. But in Bai Henian's ears, it was extremely harsh, making his face instantly angry. He was the #1 martial arts master in the southern Wulin. Li Chongqing was so old, but he was just a junior. How could he talk so arrogantly? "Young man, you're very good." Bai Henian sneered twice and made up his mind to teach this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth some lessons. The only trace of good impression he had of Li Chongqing completely disappeared. Juniors nowadays are really arrogant. Just don't let the wind cut your tongue when the time comes. Let's do it. Li Chongqing didn't bother to listen to the old man's long-winded words and made a gesture of invitation. On the other side, Jean Wenwen's parents frowned at the same time. Bai Henian had a very high position in their hearts. Seeing that Li Chongqing didn't know how to respect his elders at all, they were a little unhappy in their hearts. They also hoped that Wang Henian could teach Li Chongqing some lessons. Chapter 630. Little brother, I'm going to do it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Bai Henian flicked his sleeves. It could be seen that the skin on his palm was as delicate as a baby's, without the slightest trace of age. This was the manifestation of the unification of the internal and external martial arts, which was the sign of the Guru realm. Make your move, Li Chongqing said lightly. A Wu Dao guru was a top master in the secular world and could be recorded in the annals of history, but only in the secular world. Not counting Li Chongqing, even Azu next to him could easily defeat him. Even if Li Chongqing stood there and let him hit him, he would be injured by the shock of Li Chongqing's physical strength. Take this. Bai Henian was a little annoyed by Li Chongqing's attitude. Li Chongqing's lazy appearance made him feel despised, as if he didn't care about anything. He punched out like a whale diving in the deep sea. On the surface, nothing could be seen, but the power was terrifying. Strong masters of the Guru realm practiced martial arts to a very high level, which was indeed unique. However, in the face of this punch, Li Chongqing just gently moved his body to avoid the opponent's fist. Then, he raised his hand to grab the opponent's arm and pulled it forward. Taking advantage of the opponent's unsteady body, he raised his palm and lightly pressed it on Bai Henian's chest. Bang! Bai Henian took 3 steps back in a row, and his cheeks turned red and purple. This was the reason why his qi and blood were scattered by Li Chongqing's palm and could not be gathered for a while. He looked at Li Chongqing with shock in his eyes. He never expected that he would be defeated so easily, let alone that Li Chongqing's kung fu was so high. I lost. Bai Henian lowered his head. Master, are you okay? Seeing Bai Henian's appearance, Jin Wenwen hurried through the crowd to support Bai Henian's body, looking worried. I'm fine. Bai Henian waved his hand. You're an amazing coach. It's just that this old man doesn't know his place. Far away, Jin Wenwen's parents widened their eyes. They were all martial artists and knew Bai Henian's kung fu very well. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a young man? In the past, when Jin Wenwen told them how good her coach was, they didn't believe her. But now they knew that Jin Wenwen was telling the truth. To be able to defeat Wang Henian, one must be a top expert in the entire world of martial arts. Southern Crane and Northern Xing. As the representative of the Southern Wulin, I lost here today. The representative of the Northern Wulin, Xing Mingjue, also lost in Suzhou. Bai Henian sighed with emotion. But when he thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Li Chongqing. Coach Li, do you know Xing Mingjue from Northern Wulin? No, I don't. Li Chongqing shook his head. What does he do? He is the representative of the Northern Wulin. Like me, he is a martial artist in the Guru realm. He opened a martial arts club in Suzhou and is also my good friend. When I met him yesterday, he said that he lost to a young man. Is there another young master in Suzhou besides Coach Li? Are you talking about the man who fought with me in the hotel yesterday? Li Chongqing thought for a moment. Since he was in the Guru realm and similar to Bai Henian's description, the middle-aged man yesterday was very suitable. Exactly. He really lost to Mr. Li. Bai Henian sighed. When he heard Xing Mingjue mention Li Chongqing yesterday, he was quite unconvinced. Today, he knew that his old friend was not exaggerating. Unfortunately, after Xing Mingjue fought with Li Chongqing yesterday, his martial arts realm had improved, but Bai Henian only sighed with emotion. Sure enough, martial arts opportunities were different. With the same experience, some people could be enlightened, while others gained nothing. Just as Li Chongqing was attending Wang Dongxing's wedding in Suzhou, in the villa on the outskirts of the capital, the mountain protection array set up by Li Chongqing suddenly shook violently. An old man in a white shirt stood at the foot of the mountain. Behind him were many people with extraordinary momentum. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone stood there, exuding a strong momentum. If there were people in the cultivation world here, they would recognize that these were all well-known figures in the cultivation world in the capital. They were very famous in the cultivation world. Some of them were elders of sects, some were headmasters of small sects, and most of them were loose cultivators. Now, so many people gathered at the foot of the mountain, all standing behind the old man in a white shirt. The array shook, and the mountain shook. Lu Chong, who was in charge of guarding the villa, quickly showed himself and shouted angrily, "Who are you, sir? Why did you destroy my mountain protection array?" "I am Mei Guanjing's master. Where is Li Chongqing? Tell him to get out here. How dare he hurt my disciple? How can I spare him?" "So it's Mr. Li's enemy." Lu Chong shook his head. "Mr. Li is not here. If there is anything, wait until he comes back." Lu Chong was naturally confident to guard Li Chongqing's house. Although the other party's momentum was strong and he was not an ordinary person, Lu Chong was not afraid at all. A watchdog actually has such a tough tone. Xiao Yunqing snorted coldly and raised his palm to attack Lu Chong. That palm was like a dark cloud, and when it pressed down, it carried with it a tremendous force. Lu Chong wanted to block it, but he was instantly sent flying. Blood splashed in the air, and his chest became a bloody mess. He was seriously injured in just one blow. In a panic, Lu Chong hurriedly hid in the array. "This Li Chongqing has some tricks up his sleeve, but it's far from enough to stop me." Xiao Yunqing's palm pressed down again, and fell on the array in the mountain. Boom! The earth shook and the clouds rolled. The mountain protection array set up by Li Chongqing began to shrink under the palm. When it shrank to the smallest size, it finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. The entire mountain was shaking. Half of the villa at the top of the mountain collapsed under the palm, and the dragon qi gathered inside instantly spread everywhere. "How dare you destroy my master's villa? I'll kill you!" A loud shout was heard. Zhou Hong slashed at Xiao Yunqing with his blade. However, before he could even get close, Xiao Yunqing only lightly pointed with a finger, and the long blade in his hand flew out. Then he lightly waved his sleeve, and the clothes on Zhou Hong's chest were torn to shreds. A blue handprint appeared, and Zhou Hong was sent flying while coughing up blood. After sending Zhou Hong flying, Xiao Yunqing laughed and took a step forward. His body rose into the sky, and he looked down at the shocked Lu Chong. In a clear voice, he said, "Li Chongqing injured my disciple. Since he's not here, then you pass on my message. I'll be waiting for him in the capital. If he doesn't appear within 7 days, then no matter if it's his family, friends, subordinates, or disciples, none of them will live." With that, he descended from the sky and flew away with the experts of the cultivation world in the capital. Lu Chong and Zhou Hong were left with indignation in their eyes. Chapter 631. After Wang Dongxing's wedding, Li Chongqing received a phone call from Lu Chong. Li Chongqing heard that Mei Guanjing's master had come to make trouble for him, and even broke the array. He hurriedly said goodbye to Wang Dongxing and returned to the capital with Azit. At this time, Bai Henian took the initiative to ask Li Chongqing to go to the capital with him. His good friend Xing Mingjue also heard the news and came to visit Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing didn't refuse and took the two of them back to the capital. When he hurriedly rushed back to the villa on the outskirts of the capital, he saw the broken array formation and the collapsed villa. No matter how calm Li Chongqing was, he couldn't help but feel some anger in his eyes. Zhou Hong and Lu Chong's eyes were red. When Li Chongqing left, they couldn't even protect the villa. They felt very incompetent. Beside him, Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue were completely dumbfounded. Just what kind of strength could cause such an earthquake? At this moment, the two of them realized that Li Chongqing didn't seem to be from the same world as them. Mei Guanjing's master, Xiao Yunqing, said that he would wait for you in the capital in 7 days. Lu Chong repeated to Li Chongqing what Xiao Yunqing had said before he left. Li Chongqing nodded. Last time, when he had seriously injured Mei Guanjing had mentioned that he had a master. At that time, Li Chongqing didn't care, but he didn't expect that the master would really appear and be so powerful. The master could easily break the array set up by him. It was very likely that the master was at the half-step Earth celestial stage like him. Sir, what should we do next? Lu Chong asked nervously. The array was broken and the villa was destroyed. Although he couldn't stop the master, he still felt a little guilty. Since he said 7 days later, we'll wait for 7 days. I'd like to see how powerful he is. Because the villa on the top of the mountain was destroyed, Li Chongqing asked Yi Haoran to help him find a courtyard in the capital to stay temporarily. During this time, Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue asked Li Chongqing for advice on martial arts, while Li Chongqing directly asked his disciple, Zhou Hong, to give them pointers. In the beginning, the two of them were not convinced. They felt that Li Chongqing was looking down on them. However, after fighting with Zhou Hong and being easily defeated by Zhou Hong, the two of them realized how wrong they were. They couldn't even beat a disciple of Li Chongqing. He completely put down his pride and asked Zhou Hong and Lu Chong for advice. While Li Chongqing was patiently waiting for the day of the battle, the news that Mei Guanjing's master, Xiao Yunqing, wanted to challenge Li Chongqing had spread like wildfire throughout most of the cultivation world. Grand Elder Guoqing, Second Elder Ting, and Yi were gathered in the central region of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I heard that Mei Guanjing's master is going to challenge Li Chongqing. Mei Guanjing is the backer of our Heavenly Tao Union. Should we choose a side in advance? Ting and Yi looked at De Zhang and Lao Guo. Guoqing frowned. A few days ago, Mei Guanjing was injured by Li Chongqing, and our Heavenly Tao Alliance's central region went to the Yi clan to apologize. Mei Guanjing was already very unhappy. This time, he even asked his master to come. Although Li Chongqing is powerful, we don't know if he can defeat Xiao Yunqing. I think we should remain neutral for the time being, so as to avoid betting on the wrong person. If that happens, our central region will be consigned to eternal damnation. Guoqing, who had always been blindly arrogant, began to be cautious this time. He was really afraid of Li Chongqing. The day of the battle is coming. When the time comes, we will go and watch the battle together. I hope Xiao Yunqing can win. Otherwise, our central region will lose its backer. I'm afraid our ranking among the 5 divisions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance will fall. Time passed in a flash. There was only 1 day left before the battle. Xiao Yunqing was a famous expert in the cultivation world. When they heard that he was going to fight, many people came from thousands of miles away. Today, groups of cultivators had gathered in the capital. One could feel the aura of cultivators while walking on the street. It could be said that there were many experts gathered here. Li Chongqing, Lu Chong, Zhou Hong, and the others lived in the courtyard house. It was no secret. Today there was a sudden knock on the door. Someone had come to visit. It was Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingyang. The two were very happy to see Li Chongqing, especially Ding Qingxue. Her eyes lit up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she treated Li Chongqing differently. In addition to the 2 siblings, there was also Qing City's sect master, Yan Shuangying, Shu Mountain's elder, Yu Feng, and Wudong's sect master, Song Zhen. These people were all from the Sword Tao Alliance. Mei Guanjing's master, Xiao Yunqing, was too famous. He had been in seclusion for many years and rarely showed his face. However, several decades ago, he was very famous in the cultivation world. When he was young, he far surpassed his peers. Later on, he took Mei Guanjing as his disciple and went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion 10 years ago, many experts of the older generation went to visit him. In the end, the news spread that his strength was equivalent to half an Earth immortal. At that time, it caused a great impulse. This time, it attracted not only the people from the Sword Dao Alliance, but also the sect masters of other sections. More than half of the experts in the cultivation world basically gathered in the capital. Li Chongqing had experienced many battles since he woke up, but this one had the biggest impact. If he could defeat Xiao Yunqing, then from now on, no one would doubt Li Chongqing's strength. The title of the number one in the cultivation world would be well deserved. Mr. Li, I have heard about what happened to my uncle, Song Jingheng. I apologize to you here. Wudong's sect master, Song Zhen, said somewhat apologetically. It's okay. He is him, and you are you. What's done is done. Li Chongqing said casually. Last time on Mount Zhihua, Song Jingheng was invited by Taoist Floating Dust to join forces with Fu Gaowu, the master of the Hong sect, Feng Yuze, and Lang Yuanbai to deal with Li Chongqing. As a member of the Sword Dao Alliance, Song Zhen could be considered Li Chongqing's subordinate. His uncle actually went against Li Chongqing, so Song Zhen was afraid that Li Chongqing would blame him. Hearing that Li Chongqing didn't care, he breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, didn't your uncle come to the capital this time? Since the other party was able to break Li Chongqing's array, Li Chongqing knew that Xiao Yunqing was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered. Logically speaking, Song Jingheng shouldn't have missed such a battle. My uncle is here. Not only him, Feng Yuze and Taoist Floating Dust are also here, but they all went to visit Xiao Yunqing. Speaking of this, Song Zhen felt a little guilty. Uncle doesn't want to go against Mr. Li. He and Xiao Yunqing are from the same generation and have some friendship in the past, so he went. Song Zhen was afraid that Li Chongqing would misunderstand. Li Chongqing smiled and said, "It's fine." Li Chongqing had a good impression of Song Zhen. As for who Song Jingheng and the others wanted to see, it was their freedom. Li Chongqing naturally had no right to interfere. As long as they didn't go against him, Li Chongqing wasn't so narrow-minded as to not allow them to visit an old friend. That's good. That's good. Song Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 632. Just as Li Chongqing was catching up with Ding Qingyang and the others, in a courtyard somewhere in the capital, there were also experts of the cultivation world gathered. However, the people here were more important than those in Li Chongqing's courtyard. Wudong Grand Elder Song Jingheng, Sword and Book Duo Feng Yuze, Kunlun's sect Master Taoist Floating Dust, and many other experts of the capital. Senior Xiao, that Li Chongqing defeated experts consecutively in less than a year. He's extremely ferocious. Several Finger-Profound Realm experts died at his hands. This kind of person would be a great devil in ancient times. Relying on you to save me is equivalent to drowning in fire and water. A middle-aged man fawned over Xiao Yunqing. With Senior Zhao's strength, that Li Chongqing is naturally not a match for you. Another person also fawned over him. Xiao Yunqing smiled faintly. He's just a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he has some talent. If my disciple didn't lose to him, I wouldn't even bother with him. As he spoke, he looked at his disciple Mei Guanjing. Xiao Mei, what do you think about Li Chongqing's strength? Hearing little Mei's address, Mei Guanjing's cheeks couldn't help but tremble slightly. If an outsider dared to call him that, he would have already slapped him to death. That Li Chongqing is very strong. He's definitely at the peak of the Finger-Profound Realm, or even higher. He's only in his 20s, but he's definitely a powerful figure. In this world, only Master can deal with him. Mei Guanjing quietly fawned over Xiao Yunqing. As expected, Xiao Yunqing enjoyed it very much. Tomorrow is the date of the agreement. I hope that Li Chongqing won't disappoint me. Xiao Yunqing finished speaking. Mei Guanjing had already prepared a banquet. This time, Xiao Yunqing challenged Li Chongqing not only to avenge his disciple, but also to establish his position as the #1 person in the cultivation world. Many experts of the cultivation world came to watch the battle. He naturally wanted to rope in and nurture his own forces. The next day, the day of the competition. It was autumn. The weather had gradually cooled down, but for cultivators, they were no longer affected by the weather. Xiao Yunqing didn't go out. He just sat in the courtyard and waited quietly. The crowd of cultivators knew that this courtyard would become today's battlefield. Naturally, they didn't dare to stay here. They all watched the battle from 100 meters away. The enmity between Li Chongqing and Xiao Yunqing also represented a battle between the strongest in the cultivation world. The final victor would establish his position as #1 in the cultivation world. This battle was not only about victory and defeat, but also about life and death. The strong were destined to step on the corpse of the other strong to rise to the top. Mei Guanjing, Feng Yuze, Song Jingheng, and the others were among the few who were qualified to watch the battle from a close distance. The Heavenly Tao Alliances Guoqing, Ting, and Yi had all come. Apart from them, even a few elders from the other divisions of the Heavenly Law Alliance had appeared. None of them wanted to miss such a grand occasion. Outside the courtyard, there were also famous figures in the world of cultivation. They stood in a circle and waited quietly. A high number of cultivators were observing the battle from afar. Some of them had brought their sex juniors to spectate the battle. There were also some loose cultivators dressed in strange clothing. Every one of them possessed formidable auras, causing others to not dare underestimate them. Time passed by minute. When it was almost 9 o'clock, there was a commotion from the crowd of spectators. Led by Li Chongqing, Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Song Zhen, Lu Chong, and the others finally appeared. Xing Mingjue and Bai Henian, the two martial arts masters, also appeared. As soon as Li Chongqing appeared, there was a buzz of discussion like bees. Xiao Yunqing, who was sitting in the courtyard, slowly stood up. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Li Chongqing was young, he was already famous in the world of cultivation. Li Chongqing, I didn't expect you to be at the peak of the finger-profound realm at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Xiao Yunqing's voice came from the courtyard, and the courtyard door that was originally closed automatically opened. The moment the door opened, Li Chongqing and Xiao Yunqing's eyes met. "You're the one who broke my formation and destroyed my villa?" Li Chongqing looked Xiao Yunqing up and down. Xiao Yunqing stood there as if he had become one with heaven and earth. The true qi in his body flowed endlessly like a great river. He was also at the finger-profound realm, but he was much stronger than Song Jinheng and the others. "That's right. I broke your formation and destroyed your villa. What? If you have resentment in your heart, you can destroy my courtyard and collapse my house. You destroyed my villa, so I'll take your life." Li Chongqing snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind rose around him. He took a step forward, and the ground rumbled. A crack split open from the tip of his foot and spread forward until it reached Xiao Yunqing's feet. Li Chongqing had already launched an attack as he spoke. Xiao Yunqing raised his palm and suddenly slapped the ground under his feet. It was as if he could topple mountains and overturn seas. A strong wind surged and hit the spreading crack head-on. Suddenly, there was a rumble, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. The entire courtyard shook as if there was an earthquake. The walls cracked, and the house behind him collapsed in an instant. Li Chongqing had already given his opponent a show of strength with his first move. "Good boy. Take my move." Fighting spirit rose in Xiao Yunqing's eyes. He naturally didn't care about a house, but in front of so many people, He had clearly struck out with his palm, but Li Chongqing still destroyed the house. This made him lose some face. He waved his palm continuously, and the palm energy turned into wind blades. With a whistling sound, they enveloped Li Chongqing like a storm. This was the true technique of the finger profound realm. Turning the origin chi of heaven and earth into an attack, the densely packed blades poured down like a torrential flood. The terrifying power wanted to cut Li Chongqing into 8 pieces. Li Chongqing didn't have much expression in the face of the airtight and surging blades. He only raised his fist and punched out. The fist energy was like a cannonball, rushing straight into the wind blades. Bang bang! Bang bang! The collision made continuous sounds. The fist energy directly opened up a path of the fist. Any wind blade that was hit by the fist instantly shattered and turned into the primitive origin chi of heaven and earth. Rumble! Although the fist energy was very powerful, there were too many wind blades. He opened up a path of the fist, but only blocked the attack in front of him. There were still wind blades in all directions that he couldn't block. Hula! Li Chongqing's feet moved, and his fist danced like a large spear. The defense around him was airtight, and the wind blades were all shattered under his stirring. At the same time, he opened his fist into a palm, and moved the origin chi of heaven and earth to form a yin-yang pattern. He suddenly struck out at Xiao Yunqing. The yin-yang pattern spun continuously and finally formed a huge black and white millstone. As it moved, it drew the origin chi of heaven and earth down. Xiao Yunqing raised his hand to meet the millstone formed by the yin-yang pattern, but was hit in the chest and took 5 steps back. His face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a finger profound realm expert. Although he didn't specialize in tempering his body was still many times stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. But in Li Chongqing's eyes, he was still very weak. "You're a body cultivator," Xiao Yunqing blurted out. He was a Dharma cultivator, and even he felt that he was too stupid to take a blow from a body cultivator. Chapter 633. So you're a body cultivator. No wonder so many experts were defeated by you. Xiao Yunqing's eyes flashed. He thought he had figured out why Li Chongqing was so strong. Body cultivators were invincible in the same realm, especially when they were in close combat. It was simply a nightmare. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you must die today. Li Chongqing looked straight at Xiao Yunqing. This was the strongest person he had seen since he woke up. However, 1 in 100 million people could be like Xiao Yunqing. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have threatened Li Chongqing with his family and friends. This had already touched Li Chongqing's bottom line, so in Li Chongqing's eyes, he was already a dead man. Li Chongqing, don't be so arrogant. I was just tricked by you. I didn't know you were a body cultivator, so I took your blow. Otherwise, do you think you could hurt me? Ridiculous. Xiao Yunqing pulled apart the distance between him and Li Chongqing, and his face regained its usual calm and composure. Confident, huh? I do walk the path of strength, but do you think you can defeat me by pulling away from me? Li Chongqing's lips curled into a playful smile. Ha ha. Boy, in my opinion, you won't cry until you see the coffin. If you hadn't been careless just now, do you think you would have had the chance to hurt me? Xiao Yunqing sneered. Next, I guarantee you won't even be able to touch my sleeve. I'll let you understand what true power is. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his hands formed a seal in the air. Today you can die under my power. You didn't come to this world in vain. With that, the shadow of a mountain appeared between Xiao Yunqing's hands. He pointed at Li Chongqing's position, and the mountain grew to 100 feet in size and came crashing down. Rumble! A terrifying force caused the heavens to change. Boundless heaven and earth origin chi surged. Under the powerful pressure, even the void began to tremble. Before it even landed, it already gave off a suffocating feeling. The onlookers who were originally nearby all hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be implicated. This divine ability is called moving mountains. Li Changxing, aren't you a body cultivator who uses strength to prove your Tao? Then break apart the mountains and let me see how strong you are. That mountain, however, was like a real object. It crashed down with the power of 10,000 soldiers, causing people to be shocked. Open! Li Changxing raised his fist and punched above his head. In the air, a fist energy whizzed out and smashed into the mountain above. The mountain, which possessed a gravity of 10,000, was unable to descend any further the moment it came into contact with the fist force. Then, with an ear-piercing roar, the entire illusory mountain exploded, turning into the purest yuan qi of heaven and earth, surging above his head. Xiao Yunqing didn't seem to have expected Li Changxing to break his moving mountain's divine ability so easily and violently. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he methodically delivered a second blow. As long as a spell cultivator was far enough away from a body cultivator, it was equivalent to being in an invincible position. They could use the energy of heaven and earth to exhaust the enemy with endless spells. That was why he was able to do it so calmly. A pagoda gathered in his hand, releasing 10,000 rays of golden light. It gave off a sacred and vast feeling. It could subdue demons and suppress everything as it came crashing down from the sky. The pagoda seemed to be made of gold. Light flowed around it, and its power was boundless. Good timing! Li Changxing once again clenched his fist to meet the golden pagoda. At the same time, he stomped on the ground, creating a crack. His body rose from the ground and rushed into the golden pagoda. Xiao Yunqing let out a cry of surprise. He didn't expect Li Changxing to be so bold as to rush into his golden pagoda. One had to know that his golden pagoda was created by observing the birth of the morning sun. Heaven and earth yuan qi flourished. Rays of light like Buddha's light flashed, turning the morning sun into a golden pagoda. It dispelled the darkness of the world and comprehended this move of supreme yang. If Li Changxing had used his fist to resist, weakening the power of the pagoda, and then escaped, he might have only suffered a minor injury to neutralize this move. However, he never expected Li Changxing to take the initiative to rush into the pagoda. It was tantamount to meeting the strongest power of the pagoda. It was simply courting death. Xiao Yunqing couldn't help but shake his head. In the end, he's still too young. He thinks he can break through all techniques with his own strength, but he doesn't know that he's courting death. Since he dares to break into my golden pagoda, then let's end this battle. Xiao Yunqing's hands constantly formed seals, forming rays of light that shot into the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda grew larger and larger, flickering with golden light like a blazing sun. The spectators didn't dare to look directly at the golden pagoda. They only felt that each ray of light contained terrifying power. Even from a distance, just looking at it made their eyes bleed. This Li Changxing is probably going to die here. Mei Guanjing's face was already filled with pride. Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Zhou Hong, and the others all had worried expressions. This golden pagoda was too powerful. Even from a distance they could feel its terrifying aura. It made their hearts palpitate. But at this moment, a fist suddenly rushed out of the golden light. Then, the golden pagoda shattered with a bang. Li Changxing rushed out of the golden pagoda, his fist piercing through the air as he attacked Xiao Yunqing. You actually used your physical body to shatter the defenses of my golden pagoda. Xiao Yunqing's expression changed drastically. He spread out his arms and hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to let Li Changxing get close to him. Once Li Changxing got close, he wouldn't be able to use any of his technique. Li Changxing's fist landed, and Xiao Yunqing had already retreated 100 meters. A rogue cultivator who was watching the battle behind him was carelessly struck by the fist energy, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. This scene frightened the spectators quite a bit, and they quickly distanced themselves from the two combatants, retreating a few hundred meters. That rogue cultivator was originally Xiao Yunqing's follower. At that time, he had been cheering for Xiao Yunqing, so even though he had exploded, Li Chongqing didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. At this moment, he once again stepped through the air and chased after Xiao Yunqing. Surnamed Xiao, if you have any tricks, I advise you to use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can only take them to the grave. Li Chongqing spoke clearly. He was like a god of war, unstoppable and domineering. What an arrogant brat! Humph! You only broke my golden pagoda. Do you really think you can defeat me? I admit that I have indeed underestimated you, but the real battle has only just begun. Xiao Yunqing sneered. The profound finger realm is also divided into different levels. You, Li Chongqing, used your body cultivation technique to defeat 5 profound finger realm experts in a row, and you are known as the #1 person in the northern cultivation world. But you don't know that there are realms above the peak of the profound finger realm, and I am someone above the peak. Xiao Yunqing waved his hands repeatedly, and a transparent wall of light appeared out of thin air, blocking Li Chongqing's path. At the same time, a dense array of weapons appeared behind Xiao Yunqing. This move was both offensive and defensive. It was called Saber Weapon Divine Treasure. Li Chongqing, what do you think if I use this move to kill you? Chapter 634. There were long sabers, short swords, long spears, silver spears, and all kinds of weapons in the sky. It was as if there was a torrential rain or a swarm of locusts passing through. Just looking at the dark cloud-like weapons was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Li Chongqing's face finally showed some seriousness. He raised his hand and summoned the heart's willing sword. It instantly expanded to 100 feet and slashed down from the sky. The sword light was resplendent and collided with the densely packed weapons. It was like a fighter jet smashing into the dark clouds. The weapons all clashed with the heart's willing sword. The sword light pierced a hole in the energy light wall in front. I don't think your saber and sword divine treasury is that good. Li Chongqing laughed loudly and rode his sword. The sword light was like a galaxy across the sky. No matter what kind of attack it passed, it was shattered by the sword light. It was unstoppable. Li Chongqing came riding his sword like a peerless sword immortal. He was unstoppable. Xiao Yunqing's face became a little ugly. He originally thought that Li Chongqing was only a body cultivator, and that the saber and sword divine treasury was enough to control Li Chongqing. He didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so powerful in the way of the sword. Sword cultivators were known as the #1 in terms of killing power. Like body cultivators, they were almost invincible in the same realm. Who would have thought that a person was both a body cultivator and a sword cultivator? No wonder so many finger profound realm cultivators died at the hands of this young man. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Otherwise, I might have really died at his hands today. Xiao Yunqing's thoughts revolved. He put his palms together and a wisp of golden light scattered from his palms. Finally, it condensed into a golden spear in the air. This spear is called the Scorching Sun Dragon Spear. I created it by gathering the power of the sun. As Xiao Yunqing spoke, the spear was already in his hand. The golden light was resplendent. He waved the spear and stabbed forward. A golden 5-clawed dragon whizzed out. His spear continued to swing, and the surrounding void began to shatter. 5-clawed golden dragons flew out one after another, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their roars shook the 9 heavens, and a total of 9 golden dragons lined up in a row. As he thrust out his spear, a brilliant sun appeared on the tip of his spear. 9 golden dragons supported the sun and pressed down on Li Chongqing. This was a spectacle. If Xiao Yunqing's previous moves could be called spells, then this was a divine ability. Countless people looked up at the sun in the sky, their minds swaying. Xiao Yunqing's strength is too terrifying. He actually created a divine ability. Senior Zhao's divine might is unparalleled. With this move, he has already decided the outcome of the battle. Yes. I can't imagine how Li Chongqing would be able to block such an attack. I've heard that Senior Xiao Yunqing has reached the half-step Earth Celestial stage, and is the only person in the world who has come into contact with the Great Way of the Earth Celestial stage. Senior Xiao Yunqing is definitely the most powerful man in the world. Countless people were sighing. No matter how strong they were, they could feel the power from this move. That day, Li Chongqing defeated the 5 of us on Mount Jiuhua and stepped on our reputations to build his reputation. But who would have thought that the wheel of fortune would turn and the heavenly Tao would reincarnate? Today, Xiao Yunqing will step on his bones and become the #1 cultivator in the world of cultivation. The Wudong sect's supreme elder, Song Jingheng, sighed with a hint of carefreeness in his tone. After being defeated by Li Chongqing that day, the 5 of them had suffered a disastrous decline in reputation. It was impossible to say that they didn't hate Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing's strength was too strong, so they could only suppress this hatred in their hearts. Brother Song's words are reasonable. It's a pity that Lang Yuanbai is seriously injured and can't see Li Chongqing being defeated with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would drink 300 cups of wine. At this time, the sword and calligraphy duo, Feng Yuze, also spoke. There were many heroes in the world of cultivation, but often, the higher the seniority, the stronger the cultivation. If they lost to Xiao Yunqing, they would feel much better than losing to Li Chongqing. It's time to end everything. Xiao Yunqing laughed loudly. The 9 dragons held a sun and enveloped Li Chongqing. The scorching light had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Even though the 2 of them were fighting in the sky, the ground under their feet was still scorching hot. It was as if they had really grabbed the sun from the sky. The fire of the sun is the most masculine. Xiao Yunqing has comprehended the power of rules at the half-step Earth Celestial stage. It's really extraordinary. It's a pity. Li Chongqing sighed. If he hadn't broken through to the peak of the Finger Profound stage, he might have had to spend a lot of effort to defeat Xiao Yunqing's attack. They were both half-step Earth Celestials, but in Li Chongqing's eyes, Xiao Yunqing's strength was a little too weak. I originally thought that the half-step Earth Celestial stage would at least make me use half of my strength, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Could it be that this is Xiao Yunqing's most powerful combat strength? If that's really the case, then I might be able to defeat a real Earth Celestial. The moment this thought arose in Li Chongqing's mind, even Li Chongqing felt that his idea was a little crazy. Earth Celestials were already Celestials. There was a difference between Celestials and mortals because Celestials were on another level of life. Li Chongqing thought that his current strength could kill Celestials. If others heard this, they would probably think that Li Chongqing had gone crazy. However, this was indeed according to Li Chongqing's estimation of Xiao Yunqing's combat strength. Master taught me the 9 revolutions of gods and demons. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method is it? In the midst of such a fierce battle, Li Chongqing was a little absent-minded. By the time he reacted, the sun had already completely swallowed him. At that moment, Li Chongqing was like Sun Wukong in an alchemy furnace. The surrounding flames were about to burn him, and the 9 true dragons opened their ferocious mouths and pounced on his body. It's over. In the crowd below, Ding Qingshua's body swayed and she almost fainted. Ding Qingyang, Zhou Hong, and the others also turned pale. They were originally full of confidence in Li Chongqing, but when they saw this scene, they all despaired. In the sky, Xiao Yunqing heaved a long sigh of relief. Whenever he fought with Li Chongqing Li Changxing would always show a stronger strength. Therefore, even if it was his most powerful move, he was still worried that an accident would happen. However, when the sun completely enveloped Li Changxing, he knew that the outcome was certain. He was well aware of the power of his move. Unless it was a true earth celestial, anyone would be burned to ashes by the extreme yang true fire of the sun. However, just when Xiao Yunqing felt that Li Changxing had already been reduced to ashes, there was a sudden rumble. A fiend god stepped out of the flames and opened its mouth to swallow the surging grand sun true fire. Even the 9 true dragons couldn't escape. In the blink of an eye, the flames disappeared, and so did the scorching heat in the sky. Just like that, the killing move had been broken. What is this? Xiao Yunqing was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 635. After Li Changxing used the indestructible body of gods and demons to swallow the flames, he waved his fists and released tens of thousands of rays of light. Finally, it formed an extremely powerful fist energy and roared out, "Xiao Yunqing, take this as well." With one punch, the wind and clouds changed color and the void began to shatter. Wherever the fist energy passed, it seemed to destroy the world and reopen the chaos. Looking from afar, Li Changxing was like an invincible god of war. His fist was like an angry dragon roaring, opening a path in the sky that crossed the distance of time and space. The whole world was filled with the thunderous sound of the fist. Xiao Yunqing's Taoism was mysterious and incomparably wonderful, but Li Changxing's fist was even more powerful. It displayed the strength of a body cultivator to the fullest. No matter what kind of magic art you had, I would break it with one punch. Rumble! This fist carried with it the billowing qi of heaven and earth, and pressed forward with an indomitable momentum. Xiao Yunqing's eyes were also filled with shock. His hands kept dancing, and he displayed one seal after another. At the same time, the scorching sun dragon spear shattered and turned into a golden divine bird, burning with raging flames. According to legend, the 3-legged golden crow was born in the depths of the sun. Whoosh! Li Changxing's fist destroyed everything in its path. The 3-legged golden crow, which was as big as a house, almost instantly let out a mournful cry and exploded into a pile of sparks. After destroying the 3-legged golden crow, Xiao Yunqing released a few more magic arts. All kinds of ancient divine beasts condensed and formed in the sky. Tens of thousands of beasts galloped, and the power of each one was no less than a finger-profound realm powerhouse's all-out attack. It could be seen that the flames of several divine beasts in the sky were connected, and even the clouds in the sky were evaporated. This was the power of a half-step earth celestial. They could control the qi of heaven and earth, and their true core was endless, like a bottomless pit. Bang 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 bang! Li Changxing's fist broke through all the obstacles and opened a path through the sea of fire. Finally, he arrived in front of Xiao Yunqing. Xiao Yunqing's hands transformed into shields, but they were still penetrated by the fist energy. His body flew back. But because the power of this punch had been greatly weakened after shattering countless obstacles, it only caused Xiao Yunqing some light injuries. Li Changxing, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. But do you think that's all I have? Xiao Yunqing took a deep breath. Endless qi of heaven and earth gathered around him, forming a hazy fog. Standing in the fog, he looked like an immortal. When the mist had completely fused into his body, he opened his arms, and a 3-legged cauldron gradually appeared above his head. Although the cauldron was still an illusion, the moment it appeared, the entire world was filled with a mysterious aura. The cauldron was an artifact used by saints to guard the mountains and rivers, and its 3 legs symbolized the birth of all things. Even Li Changxing couldn't help but be moved. Swordsmen have life-bound flying swords, And I have also forged an artifact to prove my Tao, this cauldron. Li Chongqing, why don't you take a look and see if my natal item can kill you? As he spoke, the three-legged cauldron flew out of his head and pressed down on Li Chongqing. This cauldron was in between reality and illusion, but Xiao Yunqing said that it was his life-bound artifact. Li Chongqing only needed to think for a moment to understand that Xiao Yunqing was very generous. He actually believed that no artifact forged in this world was qualified to be his life-bound artifact. Instead, he chose to condense an artifact out of thin air. Unfortunately, he was limited by his cultivation and could not form this cauldron. Otherwise, it really might have been able to threaten Li Chongqing. Every person who could ascend to the great Tao of the Earth immortal realm was a martial genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Zhuang Hua, who had been killed by Li Chongqing, was such a person, and so was Xiao Yunqing. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. On the path of cultivation, since you have become my stumbling block, I can only kill you. Li Chongqing sighed. The giant fiend god illusion suddenly fused into his body with a roar. At this moment, Li Chongqing's aura, which could be considered calm, suddenly became violent. He was like an ancient and brutal fiend god, and a bloodthirsty and cold aura emanated from his body. At this moment, everyone's hearts began to palpitate. Everyone's eyes revealed a dignified expression, knowing that the two of them would probably decide the victor in this move. Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue, who were known as the representatives of the secular northern and southern Wulin, had long been so shocked that their minds had gone blank. Only today did they know that there was such an immortal-like existence in the world. The moment the fiend god fused with his body, the small cauldron also arrived at the top of Li Chongqing's head. The small cauldron was only the size of a palm, but at this moment it exuded an immense power, as if it carried the power of the entire world and pressed down, about to crush Li Chongqing into pieces. Everyone felt their mouths go dry as they stared fixedly at the sky. Today's battle dazzled even those finger-profound realm experts, and their minds swayed. It could be called a battle of immortals. Open for me. Li Chongqing swung his fist and smashed it on the round cauldron. In just a moment, a powerful roar resounded in all directions, and invisible sound waves spread out with his fist as the center. In the distance, an ancient tree that required several people to wrap their arms around it was actually snapped in half by the sound waves, and the buildings beside it were also flattened by the power. However, Li Chongqing's fist only slowed down the round cauldron's falling speed slightly, and the round cauldron was actually not damaged at all. Could it be that Li Chongqing is going to lose? This thought arose in many people's minds. Ding Qingxue, Lu Chong, and the others were filled with worry. Bang, 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 bang! They originally thought that Li Chongqing's punch just now was already the most powerful, but they didn't expect that Li Chongqing would immediately follow up with 3 more punches, and that the round cauldron that was about to fall down actually rose a little. How is this possible? Xiao Yunqing's expression finally changed. This cauldron of his had borrowed the power of the entire world. Not only did Li Chongqing have no intention of dodging, he actually used his fist to forcefully beat the small cauldron until it began to rise. How much power did this require? Li Chongqing, the power of the physical body will eventually come to an end. Using the power of the physical body to compete with the power of the world, it will be difficult for you to escape the fate of dying from exhaustion. Xiao Yunqing's face regained its calm. In his opinion, Li Chongqing's actions were simply courting death. However, Li Chongqing didn't answer at all, and instead smashed his fist on the round cauldron again and again. The round cauldron had already begun to rise under the force of his punches. The 6th punch, the 7th punch, and the 9th punch. By the time the 9th punch landed, the round cauldron had already been knocked back by Li Chongqing's attacks. This time, Xiao Yunqing was finally no longer calm. He waved his hands and began to inject spirit chi into the round cauldron, causing the round cauldron that was constantly retreating to instantly stabilize its form. Li Chongqing, I'm already a half-step Earth Celestial, and I can continuously extract the power of the world. Aren't you courting death by competing with me in strength? Xiao Yunqing said with a complacent smile. Li Chongqing's physical strength was really too powerful. Even though he was already a half-step Earth Celestial, if Li Chongqing got close to him, he would still be in danger of dying. However, it was different now. Li Chongqing didn't retreat when facing the round cauldron, and instead chose to meet it head-on, causing the two of them to fall into a stalemate of strength. In such a stalemate, Xiao Yunqing could continuously extract the power of the world, and Li Chongqing's physical strength would eventually run out, so in Xiao Yunqing's eyes, victory was already in his grasp. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.